Hello, everyone, and welcome back to week 3 of Omega Strikers Amateur Series number 9. I'm here with Frying Pan Man. How's it going tonight?
Oh, it's incredible. I'm ready for some Omega Strikers. I'm ready to yap about the Omega Strikers with you. It's going to be pretty exciting. And coming up here for our first match of the Swiss bracket, we're going to be looking at Chikara Kittens versus CFG. Do you have any thoughts about this match, though? That's what I'm wondering.
The thing is I think Chikara Kittens is pretty favored in this matchup because, again, they're a team that has made it to finale multiple seasons in a row, and I think in my opinion, it's honestly a shocker that they haven't qualified yet because I would say they're probably one of the best remaining. But CFG is no slouch, right? Moonlit Owl, pretty fond of this Kazan, Katastic, really able to play a lot of these brawlers, and I feel like Katastic could be that difference maker that could push them over Chikarkins because this Julie, this Rasmus, this Asher, all of them are great on this map.
Whichever team takes it, though, both teams definitely got something to prove here. It's on them now to make it count. Going into actual picks, though, Juliet Rasmus getting taken out on IMAZAP. Very classic bans here. Want to avoid dying too quickly, although I imagine both teams are still going to want to play aggressive, even with both of those picks off the board.
Yeah, and I mean, with Juliet Rasmus off the map, there's a pretty obvious pickup in that Asher coming in, but it's answered by another one of the power picks just in general in Imi, right? X is not nearly as great, in my opinion, on this map as a lot of other brawlers, but really, when you have Rasmus, Julie, and Asher taken off, you're kind of going to have to deal with whatever you get. And, ooh, wait, this is... Oh, this is Imi from Fox and Sox. This will be Estelle on Chakarkin's midfielder Xenox.
Well, there you go. A lot of core control, but a lot of power here. Gonna have to see where both teams go to place that. Additionally, in terms of awakenings here, definitely good for core control with aerials on the field. Going to be a lot of dash and a lot of projectiles, but the brawlers aren't hurt either. I mean, they've got Big Fish on the board here. Going to be able to do some work with that if they're in the right position.
Yeah, I don't think there are any real surprises, right? Everyone opting for aerials except the brawlers who opt for Big Fish, wanting that size to take these strike wars. And yeah, Chakarkins, they already opened with the first barrier, so this kind of goes to show that they are one of the teams that'll be favored. And we'll see how far they can take us.
Yeah, both teams putting in that work. Great Giga earlier from Razuk, by the way, to try and keep the core in, although it wasn't enough to take the barrier. There are no slouches already with some of those Kai abilities. Great defense there. Moonlit Owl going to get it through and around the X, but still, Fox and Sox right behind with the core. Going to have to put in even more work, especially with Katastic looking a little low on stagger here, and the other team looking a little bloodthirsty.
Yeah, Katastic finally staggered, but it might not matter here as Mura is looking to go in, and there's that flip coming out by Moonlit Owl. Katastic pays for it with his life. An awkward angle makes him convert the perfect pitch really early, but there's the flip coming out by Razuk. He just flips it forward to clear it, trying to buy time for Katastic to come back, but it doesn't matter as the piercing shot comes through from Mura.
I mean, that was just a classic by-the-book Estelle play, but really, especially on a map like this, sometimes that's all you need. Still, though, both teams having some pretty close calls there. No team really felt like they had too much of the upper hand until those KOs came in. And on a map like IMAZAP, that's generally going to be the case. Is with how volatile it is, you just have to be careful of which team gets the power play first.
Yeah, I mean, a really nice secondary there to actually stay alive from Katastic, right? First, knocking away the X when he's in Maximus, and then also using the knockback and just damage resistance from it to stay alive. But all the damage that's just being layered by the Kittens is really proving to be difficult for CFG. And there it is, there's a cyber swipe. Razuk, he's just in a situation where he's unable to really convert to the play, but it doesn't matter as the barrier falls on the opposite side. But the Kittens, they look to convert as a kill comes out by Xenox. There's that Firewall Sentry, nothing to be found just yet, as CFG are holding so well.
Yeah, continuing the hold, Kai is almost back, and with the flip there, they're going to be able to stall for Razuk to come back. CFG getting a good chance at a push here, although again, Katastic really taking the full brunt of that damage. They may not have as much of a chance to really push it with the amount of projectiles that are on the side of Chikara Kittens.
Yeah, They just might not, but there it is. There's that barrier. It opens up. Mura looking for a pass up to Xenox as Xenox finds the kill. Moonlit Owl stuck in the 1v1 and loses that 50-50. Just not able to guess where it's going, and there's the second goal on the board for Chikara Kittens.
Mura really playing a great midfield role here, finding both the chances to run that classic Estelle offense, but also supporting Xenox's offense just as well with those great passes. Gonna have to continue that though, unless CFG is gonna get a chance here to play against that. Gonna be difficult though for them with the ults coming out from both X and Imi, but they are holding, although again, Katastic just taking quite a lot of damage. That makes it very difficult for CFG to really move into a play. Unfortunate misplay though. Fox and Sox is going to lose the barrier, although the power play does mean barriers are down on both sides.
Barriers are down, but it is favored for the Chikara Kittens as two flips are about to be ready. Xenox hits it forward. Fox and Sox, she has to take the eject button back, but it is pretty safe to do that. And there's the flip coming up by Mura. That's the first set in dominant fashion for Chikara Kittens.
Well, a 3-0 there, but definitely quite a bit of a long set of points there. CFG definitely holding on, and considering how balanced it was in that sense, it may be the Awakenings that either snowball this match further or give CFG a great chance here to make it back.
I mean, it looks like it's going to snowball it, right? There's the knife's edge on Imi's app. Everyone always complains about this pick, and for good reason. The speed is just going to make Mura really threatening to deal with in this midfield, just always having like a permanent speed boost. But there is a chrono boost on the opposite side, and a lot of speed really to answer, right? The explosive on Razuk, the fight or flight on Katastic. I don't think CFG is too disappointed.
No, not at all. If they can start winning on core control here, that speed's going to give them a pretty big advantage. Still though, Chikara Kittens so far answering pretty well. The core moving between both teams. Neither has really gotten a big play yet, although again, that stagger difference, it's just very difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, Moonlit Owl gonna have some trouble dealing in that 2v1, although now that Katastic is back on the field, it looks like Xenox is the one who's going to be taking more of the damage here.
Yeah, great strike wars won by Mura to keep the core forward, really using this passive speed that he has so well. Xenox is pretty low, and there's a barrage committed out by Razuk. He won't have this for the offense here. And now Xenox, he walks back, grabs this orb, but the side of Kittens, they don't need Xenox. Mura, another piercing shot. He's been so clean with these.
Estelle, just kind of a dangerous pick on this map when the Estelle knows what they're doing. Can just cover so much ground, and even though Moonlit had that free space before, Mura was just there immediately to convert off the core there, and once you set up with that primary, it's just a little too difficult to really for most people to deal with there.
Yeah, pretty difficult, and there it is. Xenox pushing up in this top side. The flip burned early from Moonlit Owl in response. Razuk is looking so low, might be taken off by Xenox, but not yet. There's a flip coming up by Fox and Sox. We're looking like a fire-up game with how many flips are being used here. 2 kills, 1 on each side. It's actually a neutral play now as Mura looks to push forward. Katastic is just trying to stall until Razuk can come back, but so is the opposite side. Slightly favored for Chikara Kittens, but since it's stuck on their side, there's not much they can get out of it.
Still though, great stall by Katastic, able to continue keeping the core as long as possible in that corner without taking too much damage and avoiding those X abilities. But either way, it's now on the advantage for Chikara Kittens with the barrier down. They're going to want to move through. Still though, great strike there. Katastic is going to find a barrier, both sides open, but resources definitely more on the side of Chikara Kittens here. That means stagger again might come into play here if the core continues being in a bit of a standstill as it is so far.
Yeah, still in a standstill, but this is not the situation you want, as all the speed popped at once by CFG means they get to secure a goal, and that is the first of the game for them.
CFG on the board, amazing work to get there. You know, even if it is both barriers open, the point is that they were able to get that point, and you're going to have to try and carry that momentum. Still, though, Fox and Sox making a great Imi dash there to grab that barrier that is going to give CFG a bit of a run for their money.
Yeah, Razuk has to completely play out of the situation, just making sure he can live for the time being. Taking a decent amount of damage even so. Does dodge away from that bull rush, but not from the bell ringer as he's once again staggered. And with the speed from Moonlit Owl, it means that maybe he has an easier chance of living, but not if Xenox just gets that flip right through.
Yeah, it's difficult. That Mako secondary usage is really important because having that speed is useful, but the amount of space it covers makes it one of Mako's most important tools if Mako doesn't have ult for dealing with flips. And unfortunately, for Moonlit Owl, Xenox just took perfect advantage of the ult of the secondary being taken away, and it's just really difficult to deal with that flip afterwards. Still, as I say that, very great Mako secondary usage there from the Owl to deal with that flip, and that is going to give CFG a continuous advantage here, although they're going to have to move out the core to make use of that open barrier.
They do move out the core, but it just still kept in their area. The flip having to be burned by Moonlit Owl. A great clear between him and Razuk, and he gets it forward to Katastic. Now they're finally using the speed, but the drum and bass, it expires, and it's on the opposite side. A missed strike shot. Every goalie gets one, but that can't be the repeated pattern that continues to happen.
That is true. Every goalie does get one, and I hope for their sake that does not continue. Speaking of continuing, though, damage again happening. Razuk is not liking having no evade and being low on stagger, and also being in a position where Fox and Sox gets the kill. Great Asher setup from Katastic, but again, great defense there from Fox and Sox, and Mura is going to help get the core back to Xenox, who is going to win the 1v1 here, bringing it to a 2-0 points here for Chikara Kittens.
Yeah, I mean, CFG, they were playing so well in the negative power play there, but a slight misclear out by Moonlit Owl is what bounces it up to Xenox, and he does just win that strike war there. Now, Aimi probably rewarded with the Timeless Creator or the Deadeye. The Deadeye, great damage pick, just to kind of accelerate their damage win con, right? And X might opt for something like the Ad Rush, or no, opts for the stacks on stacks instead. Wants to not give the enemies a chance to win off of pure speed. And honestly, I do respect that, right? Just making sure that it denies them some core control options.
Although, to be fair, they have been killing the enemies pretty often here, so even giving them stacks on stacks might not be too much trouble. But hey, having an X with speed is not an issue either. Great early barrier take, but Mura going to be answering with a barrier take of their own, but doesn't matter when Katastic is just in a perfect position to play that 1v1 and lands a nice little strike there. Very clean, very simple, but very effective.
Yeah, unfortunately, that did come off the back of Fox and Sox missing that kind of key glitch pop. I think she was just expecting to hit that and make sure the core goes forward, but unfortunately it missed, and that is what caused the goal to go in. But the barrier is already opened up by the side of Chikara Kittens. They're looking to take this further and not allow CFG to keep their momentum going.
Yeah, I mean, hey, CFG, though, gonna want to find that momentum with an open barrier. Unfortunately, for Moonlit Owl, gonna try to move that core forward with Fox and Sox already ready with the Aimi secondary. Neither team getting a real foothold yet, as it is 1-1 this set.
Yeah, I mean, you say neither team is getting any foothold, but it just looks like the dominance of Chikara Kittens, they're not really stopping, and the damage, it just gets pumped out onto Katastic, getting 100-0, just holding that flip. And now it's a 3v2 in favor of the Chikara Kittens. Can they convert here? There's a great combo out by Mura, looking for the pass down to Xenox. Well intercepted by Moonlit Owl, but Katastic has respawned, but nothing to be found yet by Chikara Kittens.
Great strike shot by Moonlit Owl is going to disrupt that play, and that also means Mura not going to be able to get the goal off of... But speaking of goals, Moonlit Owl getting scored into the goal box instead with that primary. Great hold, though, by Katastic. Still, you're now in a 1v3. Not much you can do, and Chikara Kittens going to be taking full advantage of that to bring it to the match point here.
Yeah, honestly, very smart by Chikara Kittens, right? Making sure that they don't force it through, they take it slow, they get the pass, and get the shot to where Katastic is, right? And that's kind of an issue I sometimes see at this level of gameplay, right? Where there's a lot of players who will just rush those offenses, but Chikarkin's very smart about it, but there's the speed allowing Katastic to get that barrier, but Katastic is looking really low. Can they live? Can they get this goal? Maybe not.
Still, gonna be difficult. Xenox coming with the flip, going to get that barrier. Katastic getting a chance here to score, but is unfortunately going to throw it off, but is going to redeem themselves immediately after with a great dribble around the defense line. It was looking bad for CFG. Katastic did not land that, but that was an incredible goal to bring it to a 2-2. It is now or never. It's time for them to bring the reverse sweep back if they want a chance here for this round.
And they very well just might, right? And as I say that, Katastic is already taken off the map. The side Chikarkins looks to keep it forward. That scene, Snare Drum's already burned out of the Mako, right? They don't have this for this next offense, but a great hold out by Moonlit Owl and Razuk. They're saving this for really long. Fox and Sox, she burns the flip in order to get damage onto Razuk. Razuk is staggered with no evade to work with, but he is living for now. He's waiting to grab an orb. Murad doesn't take him off the map, so he still lives.
Well, not for long, though. That Amiel is going to do wonders. The turret is going to be taken. Razuk out of the map, but still, in a bit of a 2v1 here, Moonlit Owl going to get caught in a bad position. All of the moves coming out. The X-rotational move. Fox and Sox already playing the offense. Just a few too many hits there. Not going to give CFG a chance to bring it back. Chikara Kittens taking this Swiss game with a clean 3-0.
I mean, Chikara Kittens, they're so clean with these setups when they kind of play smart and when they set themselves up for it, right? It's not always that they find themselves in those positions, but when they do, they look really clean. And as they go further into today's OSAS, I do want to see more of that come out of Chikara Kittens. And on the side of CFG, may have to go back to the drawing board, right? Figure out what went wrong that match. It might have just been the damage that came down, right? Or it might have just been not finding enough opportunities to get it through Fox and Sox.
It is hard to sometimes say that it is just damage, but it did feel like a really big part of the game here. Yeah. I mean, when you're just getting players taken out of the play because they need to avoid being killed, it's difficult to do any real core control after that. Though CFG were definitely trying. They were finding those nice projectiles to try and throw it through, but just not enough chances there to really make big plays. And that's kind of a big thing at this level. You're going to see people start to run more damage comps when you play in tournaments because they're very effective, especially against teams that don't know how to counter them. Not that CFG didn't. They probably had a way, but unfortunately in this game, they just weren't able to overthrow that the snowball effect of just having players be taken out.
And hey, that damage is pretty lethal. But that is the end of round one, right? There's still a few matches going on. We'll be back after a short break to tackle round two. See you in a bit.
Come on back, Gil.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 2 of OSAS 9 Week 3. I'm back with Frying Pan Man, and we are watching 7 Star Strikers versus Xbox Record That.
Excited for this one. I do remember 7-Star Strikers from some of that previous OSAS matchup. They've definitely put in the work previously. It's on them to put in that work before. And it's also on Xbox to, show some grit, dig in their heels, and really push this game. Both of them are up 1-0. So either of them wins here, they're already guaranteed for the bracket later tonight. But in terms of map, though, we're coming up on Clarion Test Chamber. I did not used to like this map before, but it's a map that changes up quite a lot. So it's interesting for different comps because you don't really run like one specific thing here. Like we saw Imi before, Imi Zep. There you run a lot of damage, but here there's you can change up what you run depending on what kind of map versions you really want to win here.
Yeah, I mean, looks like, I guess our start didn't go through. Might be in some sort of technical issue. No, it looks like we are restarting back up. But yeah, I know I've brought you around to Clarion Test Chamber with how much we've played it a bunch, Hot Oats lore. But anyway, Clarion Test Chamber in general I feel is a pretty neutral map. It is generally slightly more KO favored in my experience, but I would say both options are pretty playable, right? Because you have a wide variety of like open and closed maps, right? Just because of how it changes. So I'm interested to see what these players will end up piloting.
Still though, but depending on what they're piloting, that'll get affected by the bans here. We did see them earlier, but Juno and Kai getting banned out here. Both core control characters, possibly it's because we have a Juno starting Awakening with whatever this match started with, we don't know. Although Juno did get banned previously, I don't know if they set the Awakenings the same this time, but either way, what we are looking at here is two pretty conventional comps here, a bit of damage and a bit of core control for both 7-Star and Xbox. So it's on them to run it.
Yeah, I mean, the Juno ban is really targeted against Swampert Trooper, who I would say Juno is probably by far their best pick, and they have gotten a decent amount. And because of that, because of Juno being banned, Estelle being taken away as well, they kind of have to reach quite a bit further down for their era. And taking a look at starting Awakenings, we see Egoist and Timeless Creator. This is very interesting. Egoist, generally one of the Awakenings where you typically see 6 of in most games. But this time we're only seeing 4, and I would agree for the Imi, maybe it's like it's okay to take the Timeless because it's so good on her, but I don't know how I feel about the Asher opting for that over Egoist.
Either way, what I do know is that Sukuna already putting in work with that Julie, getting that early kill, not leading to any barriers, but even still the threat of Juliet being there is already something, and we're already converting into a great double barrier here. Thanks to that start by Sukuna or by Suplex and the continuation from Sukuna, that is going to lead to an incredible score here. Those ults coming through, going to be doing a lot, giving Xbox an early lead this game.
Yeah, Xbox Record That, picking up the opener to this game. That said, a lot of ults were burned there, so the side of 7-Star Strikers should be favored in this next series of interactions, and we see that as they take one barrier, they do lose one in return, but Panacito looks to continue to defend this, patiently waits out the strike and strikes it away, and once again winning another strike ward. These interactions so crucial on the defense, but they still haven't found it out yet.
I mean, for Panacito, it's not even a strike war anymore. It's like a strike cavalcade at this point. The amount of wars that have been won, Panacito being the most patient Omega Strikers player I've ever seen. Still though, Karasu putting in some great work as well on that patience game. Means both teams are going to stay open, but a nice cheeky corner hit is going to lead to an open goal here. 7-Star Strikers now going to have to deal with the full offense from Xbox Record That, which is going to pay out in their favor with a second point here this game.
Yeah, they find another point, and more kills coming off of Suplex, right? Suplex is just so methodical with these dash punches, finding the kills, and making sure he can really capitalize. Now, he might find another one here, as this Atlas Expanse map means that you have to play around these edges a lot more, and it's very risky when you have a Juliet fishing for these kills.
Well, despite that, Swampert Trooper and Yav putting in a lot of work there with those earlier passes. Didn't get to fully point them out, but I wanted to here because that was just an incredible barrier take. And that is going to give 7-star Strikers an advantage here, although that power play going to make that advantage difficult to uphold against the Aimi ult coming through. However, Panacito doing a great job at holding despite that. Suplex putting in the work, going to move it through. And the ult, the flips coming through, so much happening, it's hard to even see. But the team is holding, but not for quite long enough.
Yeah, and just looking at how the side of Xbox Record that has been playing, they just had so many good passes of their own, but now Sukuna taking so much damage. There's a pass splitter dropped on this bottom side, but the bottom side is not really where you want to be sending it, because that's where there's numbers advantage for Xbox Record that, but a great angle off the center. Yav 12 finding it.
The Atlas Expanse, an incredible tool when you know how to use it. I couldn't fully tell there if Yav or Swampert Trooper were the ones to pop it, but whichever one of them did, that was an amazing setup to get the goal here. 7-star Strikers not backing down, trying to go through, and with how dangerous this map is for DPS, and with Sukuna already looking low on the stagger, Karasu following close behind, 7-star Strikers continuing on with a decent advantage at this point.
Yeah, decent advantage. But the core is moving to the opposite side of defensive flip out by Swampert Trooper, but even despite the primary from Asher, the barrier still found. Not a great look, but maybe 7-star Strikers can turn this around as they do find this one barrier. A passing play looks to be coming in, but nothing just yet. These strike wars, they have to be won by 7-star Strikers, and as I say that, they just really aren't. A great dribble out by Panacito. He buys so much time. More abilities burned, and it lives for now.
Yeah, Panacito just been willing to let Xbox Record that, use up their abilities for naught. With the flip there is going to be needed, though, to deal with that incoming Juliet ult. Great usage there. Karasu going to be using their own flip to try and move it through. Still, though, Panacito going to find an opening. Yav is going to whiff slightly, but isn't going to lead to anything bad yet. Still, going to now have to deal with more of that offense from Xbox Record that.
Yeah, more of the offense, but as we say, that double flip actually burned and no kill found on Swampert Trooper just yet, but oh no! Panacito hits the steppy roll on the Asher, and it just goes right past from an angle by Karasu.
Unfortunate timing. Those, on the... on this map, those little corners there, where the goop is, I guess you could call it, they can be dangerous, and unfortunately, that hit there from Yav's Rasmus primary, just putting it in real quick on the overtime, going to be difficult to defend against. But either way, going into Awakenings here, we're going to be seeing a lot of damage coming from Xbox Record that with the Deadeye and 1-2 punch pick. And we've been seeing damage from them already, so that may be difficult for 7-star to deal with if they're not careful.
Crazier is Xbox Records that draft absolutely insane. Hotshot on Estelle, Deadeye on Aimi, and 1-2 punch on Julie. All great picks. Yeah, you have the Chrono Boost on the other side. Decent speed for Yav 12, and then a stacks on Panacito, but I just don't feel like that'll be enough.
Neither do I. Still, though, 7-star getting an early barrier here, but barrier is going to be traded on both sides. Panacito now going to have to hold, and they do so. Great pass there to Swampert. Yav with an amazing Rasmus ult is going to move it through. 7-star going to want to take advantage of this. An amazing strike war here. Yav 12 finding that goal, and that is going to put them early on the board. That is what 7-star is looking for.
Hey, I'm pretty down for 7-star Strikers to just shut me up on my whole comment on the draft, but hey, we'll have to see if they can continue that. They do lose their first barrier here, and there's an Egoist already popped by Suplex. Might just be using this for a dash punch flip potentially for a kill. Burns the dash a little early there, and doesn't really have the cooldowns now to find this barrier if he wants.
Well, what they are going to do is use that flip, and Panacito might be patient, but Suplex is just as patient. Great delay there, and as I say that, Yav immediately striking back with an incredible double barrier here. Swampert going to try to move it up with the flip. Not going to find it, but Yav is going to keep control here on this top side. Going to be trying to find an opening, but as I say that, Xbox already back on the offense here. It's on Panacito to keep hold.
Yeah, Panacito not able to hold long enough as Suplex wins a strike war, and we're tied up 1-1 for set 2.
Well, yeah, I did want to agree with you earlier about those awakenings, but you know, as you kind of mentioned earlier, it hasn't really been a blowout. 7-Star been putting in that fight. Although, as I say that, Suplex is going to be grabbing the double barrier, going to be moving it through. It is going to land slightly on the corner of the door there, but Yav is also going to be landed into the goal, and with the continuing offense, unfortunately for 7-Star, not going to find a chance to escape the point here.
Yeah, great interaction there, won by Sukana with the Crystal Thorns. I guess slight bit of solace is that the Egoist is kind of wasted for them, but I don't think the side of Xbox Record that is going to be too disappointed, as they use the flip there, a little awkward pass, Suplex not really ready for it, and Panacito on this defense looking so good right now. But there it is, Karasu blinks forward, takes that first barrier, and a flip burned out by Panacito means he doesn't have it for maybe the rest of the set.
Yeah, 7-Star gonna make their own play though. Again, yeah, with the double barrier, it has been continuing. That hot shot though, finally coming more into play. Although, doesn't matter. Yav is in the back line. This is not soccer. They are not offsides. They are on sides and ready to grab that goal there, bringing it to a 2-2 here. 7-Star going to be looking to tie it up 1-1 if they can.
Yeah, Karasu overstaying his welcome and having to kind of do that walk of shame back as you do on eject goalies. A great clear up by Panacito, just pushes it through that firewall sentry, rendering it kind of useless. But there's a kill off the Flame Flurry from Suplex, but maybe Yav can find something with the Death Touch. Not yet. Good clears continue to come by Panacito. He's just looking for these reliable plays.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like Suplex was killing early on, and at first, after that, they weren't really finding it, but then, as I wanted to point it out, they immediately just find the perfect kill, taking Swampert out, making them lose the flip, the Egoist, and that power play just led to so much reward from them. Star Strikers, 7-Star Strikers just not finding a chance to come back here, but with a 3-2, it's their chance to reverse sweep if they want to put it through.
Yeah, and still so many good options for them, right? Siege Machine, I'm not quite sure the reasoning for that pickup. Knife's Edge, really great for the Julie. The Big Fish, great for Asher. I mean, it sucks to have to lose that to the Raz, but the Super Surge falls to the Aimi goalie. That is insane.
Still, though, Yav with the Stagger Swagger, a bit of an underrated pick in times like these with the damage coming out. That may give 7-Star a great chance to come back here, and already starting with some great damage on Sukana as well as the first barrier.
Yeah, finds the first barrier. Karasu in return finds one too. The Super Surge really paying dividends, and there it is. Suplex finds the kill and almost finds the barrier. Karasu also trying for the barrier, but there's that Firewall Sentry dropped on this offense. Flipped off is Suplex, and now it's going to be a 3v2 in favor of the opposite side pretty soon.
That flip hit from really far away. I didn't even think that flip actually landed. But either way, great for 7-Star Strikers. Not going to be able to get a barrier off the power play. But, well, as I mentioned, speaking of power play, Suplex already back on the field. A little bit of a misplay there from Karasu. And unfortunately, they are going to be punished. Swampert in the perfect position. And on top of losing the flip, they are also going to lose the point. 7-Star getting a nice advantage here due to that play.
Yeah, 7-Star finding the point that they really need. A great death touch out by Yav. Secures them the first barrier and the second off of a clutch strike war. Might find the goal, doesn't just yet. But these passes, they're trying to come through from Swampert Trooper. He's trying to dribble. They do lose the first barrier, but they push through this Firewall Sentry. They do, but at the cost of Swampert's stagger. And he's not in a great situation as Suplex might look to kill him. There it is. Now it's a 3v2 in favor of Xbox Record that, and they might just convert it here. A great save out by Panacito, but it's not enough. as the next interaction is won by Sukana.
I gotta call out incredible Aimi secondary dash there by Karasu. Panacito, again, playing that patient defense and finally had an opening to pass to Yab during that power play, but Karasu was already there. Amazing Aimi play there to cut off the passing lane, immediately get the barrier, and continue that advantage for Xbox Record That.
Yeah, and I mean, 7-star strikers, they're looking to kind of change things back to their favor. Flip burned up at Panacito, but there it is, Suplex now pushing up with this Egoist. A great Rose Roll up to the top side, but the Pharaoh Sentry kind of wasted. They do get a barrier for it, but I don't think that's what Suplex wanted.
Well, Suplex might be wanting the kill here, continuing to hover around Swampert, and with the barrier down, the flip coming out, unfortunately, well, fortunately for Xbox Record That, an amazing corner bounce there. Really difficult for anyone to really defend that with how accurately that was placed. 7-star now going to be looking to try and take back here to try to reverse sweep.
Yeah, they're really trying, and they do get this first barrier. The Death Touch doesn't really get much, but there's the flip, melee flip saved out by Karasu, and there it is, Suplex tossing Yav into the dirt, and now it's a favorable play for Xbox Record That, but a great clear out by Karasu, almost a misplay. And there it is, a great offense coming out by Sukana and Suplex, but Yav respawns, and Sukana pays for it with his life, the Maelstrom taking him off the map. An interesting clear coming out by Karasu, but it does work.
Yeah, no, I I half expected that to just bounce like 4 times and run all the way back in the barrier. Either way, though, with the core coming back, Yav is going to get a chance here to grab the barrier. Panacito now having to deal with the offense, going to find a clear, but not for long. And amazing stealth primary there. Sukana going to find the barrier, leaving the goals open on both sides. Panacito looking to play aggressive with the flip, but Suplex already there to punish it. That is going to lose the flip and the goalie. And unfortunately for 7-star strikers, Yav and Swampert just not going to be able to hold out long enough. That is going to give Xbox Record That a very incredible 3-0 win.
Xbox Record That. They find the 3-0 win and secure themselves a guaranteed spot in bracket. And at this point, they're really just playing for seeding. They're hoping they can hit one of those top seeds now. And on the other side, 7-star strikers, they do fall to 1-1. Means they do have to win their next match if they want to make it into bracket. And I feel like that match, Panacito, he was holding pretty well. You can see the redirects matched by both goalies, but it just feels like the midfield presence just wasn't there. And I feel like part of that is just that era pick, right? Something like the Juno, stuff like the Estelle, some of Swampert Trooper's better picks. He has the ability to impact the field a lot more with that. And hey, hopefully 7-star strikers can take that idea and figure out what to do in order to qualify for brackets.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, you mentioned earlier that this map was more geared towards DPS, and that was a pretty eloquent showcase of that. I mean, yeah. Suplex there with the Julie, just finding those opportunities. Didn't find them all the time, but when they did, Xbox Record That just made the most of it in the end. And even with Panacito's really patient defense and those chances there at the goal, just wasn't able to overcome that overwhelming offense of Xbox Record That. So great job to both teams, and good luck to not only Xbox Record That in bracket, but good luck to 7-star strikers for their last chance for this week to get into that bracket.
But that's it for us for round 2. We still have one more round of Swiss, bringing us to a few more teams qualifying. But that'll be on the other side of this break. We'll be back shortly. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the final round of Swiss for OSAS 9 Week 3. We are here with Chikara Space Train versus Hooked on Gothcats. How's it going, Frying Pan Man?
It's great. I mean, we've already seen some pretty incredible matches here so far, and I'm hoping this follows in their footsteps. Granted, both these teams are looking at a 1-1 record right now going into this round, so obviously one of them going to be making the bracket this week, the other unfortunately not quite today. But either way here, we'll be going into a very classic map, Atlas's Lab. A map that can be volatile in terms of damage with, of course, the black hole in the middle. But compared to what we've had so far with IMEZEP and Clarion, Atlas's is much more conventional, let's say.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure, right? And it's why like a lot of people like to resort to this being one of their played maps. It's just because you have so much experience playing it, and that's just what gives them the comforts.
It's a comforting map, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean the three players on the side of Hooked on Gothcats. I forgot that team name for a second. I would say like they're all players I have kind of seen around in the norms queues. I think more than anything, they have been kind of just grinding, silently biding their time, and sitting at 1-1. They're looking to take a win over Chikara Space Train to make it into bracket. And about Chikara Space Train, I think last season they did just barely manage to sneak into finale, and I don't think they've made it out of their. I don't think they made it out of the group, but they still made it there, and they're looking to replicate that success once again.
There you have it, folks. I'm not as familiar with most of the players here, but I'm just excited to see what they're bringing here.
And hey, Atlas's Lab, I'm still waiting to see what the starting awakenings are, so we'll see. The Estelle being swapped up to first pick, I think that's partially, a deny away from Shikakute, but also just great on this map, especially if you have Feeding Kappa planning on playing this Rasmus. And, okay, I think this is exactly what they're going for. They're banning away the Aimee and first picking the Estelle, trying to double deny the midfield on the opposite side.
Rasmus is, though, however, going to be denied away from Feeding Kappa. Although, looks like if this pick goes through, Kappa's already got another pick coming up here to counter that anyway.
Yeah, I think he's relatively flexible in the brawlers. He can play Kazan, he can play X, I think some Zentaro too, right? And I think when you're with this Estelle, the Kazan generally pairs pretty well with it too. And ooh, we see some interesting picks on the opposite side. Finny and Octavia. Talk me through this. How do you feel about it?
Well, to be fair, the most obvious thing, it's very different from what we've seen up to this point, at least on stream. A lot of the comps have been much more balanced. We did see more, I guess, DPS oriented with IMEZEP, but even still, like, you have some of that core control with like Estelle in the back. Estelle's been a pretty common pick actually in general, because Estelle just does a lot, doesn't she? But this one is far more aggressive. You're really relying on Octavia and Finny to just move the core through. And on top of that, with the X assisting in the offense, again, we're going to be seeing a lot of KOs here possibly if if they're not ready to counter that.
And as we talk about awakenings, we see the Chrono Boost and Rampage start, and that's probably quite the reason why the Octavia ended up coming through, because of that Chrono Boost. And Rampage does go on to Kazan, and oddly enough, Finny, right? I think maybe just thinking that the Chrono Boost extra duration on the debuff just isn't worth it, and would rather have the Rampage. Now, one thing about this Finny is a pick that Oddnarb has pulled out before, and I would say he is relatively comfortable on. I'm really interested to see how Shiku pilots this Octavia, which I've really never seen him play.
Well, Octavia so far being a pretty strong pick with Shiku keeping up that speed, getting the core over, and Huatin just throwing it in there. Great strike war to start off a good advantage here for Chikara Space Train. I mean, so far they've been kind of putting up that offense. I haven't seen the core go too much on Chikara's Space Train side. It feels like the Octavia X offense so far is proven to work, but as I say that, feeding Kappa, gonna move it through, barriers down on both sides.
I mean, you know what this does remind me of? This team comp on the side of Chikara's Space Train really reminds me of like a Bozo Bunch-esque team comp, right? Where you have the midfielder playing a lot of this kind of speed to get things up to the X that's typically sitting on the front, and then that Finny on this backside. But this open barrier means that the side of Chikara Space Train needs to be really careful. A great kill out by LT Killer, but it's still an advantage for the side of Hooked on Gothcats.
Yeah, really, you're just going to want to look at keeping the core away from Octavia as much as possible. With how open this map can be, especially once you take care of the black hole, it gives Octavia a lot to work with. LT Killer probably should have flipped there. Was hoping they could get the strike, but unfortunately not quite. A bit of a weird situation there, but that is going to leave Chikara Space Train up 2-0 this year.
Yeah, a certain lasagna-loving cat sending his regards. LT Killer should have flipped there. And a great flip out by Oddnarb, learning from his opponent's mistakes, not getting double buried there. Now Shiku looking to keep it forward. He has the flip in case he wants on this offense, but might just be looking for a double barrier with it, or even just the goal, as Huatin with a great strike forces out the flip from LT Killer. But it is an open net on the opposite side, and feeding Kappa, he has his flip ready. He is ready for a pass from Philo Lin to get it forward, but he's taken off the map. No flips now on the side of Hooked on Gothcats, and in a disadvantage, the side of Chikara Kittens is looking to close out the set.
Yeah, nah, the aggression might be a little too much here, although amazing hold there by LT Killer. When you have so much in the way of both core control and offense, if you don't have a way to either shut it down or just win out on Strike Wars, it's difficult to say if there's really a way out of it. I am hoping, for the sake of Hooked on Gothcats, that they can find that answer, but, well, so far we haven't really seen a clear response yet.
Yeah, no response really, and Huatin now has this flip ready, burns the flip a little prematurely. Shiku not getting the pass forward, but it doesn't matter as Huatin slots it into that top side in the end. 3-0 set for Chikara Space Train.
Good hold there initially. LT Killer baiting out that flip there in the 2v1 was a really good play. Shame for them they couldn't keep it through, but Awakenings might change the flow here. X starting off here. Octavia not being as far up as I thought she was going to be. That might mean a lot of Octavia picks are going to get taken away, although there are so many up that I don't really think you can deny Octavia here. I mean, she's probably just going to get Rapid. Okay, I was thinking Stacks, but Rapid can work as well.
Yeah, I think Stacks is typically the more clear answer there, but the Rapid, I guess the thought process is yeah, I can keep the core up, or I can keep my flow state up a lot more, and it's also a great deny away from the Estelle. And in the end, it might still work out if Shiku continues to play one. Whoa, what a big chunk of damage dropped on feeding Kappa, but a lifeline means that he lives for the time being, and a great hold means that no barriers are actually found at the end, but a kill found on LT Killer. A great clear out by Oddnarb keeps the barrier alive, and that's a double barrier in favor of Chikara Space Train. Shiku building so much energy, looking to keep the core forward, and there's the flow state. There's a great clear out by Philo Lin, and now it's turned on its head as LT Killer respawns. The barrier is taken on the opposite side, and the side of Hooked on Gothcats is looking to take this goal for themselves.
What I think may change the flow of the game here, the one advantage I can really give to Hooked on Gothcats is that they have a lot more projectiles here to work with from that range, on top of Kazan having as much opportunities to steal the core, let's say, as they do. And obviously, if Octavia X can get really close and play that offense, they have a pretty big advantage here. I mean, we saw that killer. You can play off those power plays. But if they can just keep the core away and play with a lot more of those ranged hits, there's not that much that Chikara Space Train could do here. I mean, they have the Finny projectiles, but from long range, you're going to have to do the backwards ones. And if you can see those coming, although as I say, that Finny does of course have secondary, which is going to lead to feeding Kappa getting taken out here.
Yeah, I mean, the flow state times out, but the side of Hooked on Godcats is defending so well, and as I say that, the flip takes the barrier, but now Odd and Shiku, they need to be really careful with Philo Lin and Feeding Kappa pushing up. LT Killer looking for some sort of dribble, looking for a pass. Shiku burns the base drop there, and now Oddnar needs to be careful. Feeding Kappa is wanting to use his crooked leverage to deal with the range goal on the opposite side. A missed flip means that things could go really badly for Chikara Space Train if things continue like this.
I was going to say Chikara Space Train had a pretty big resource advantage, but it feels like they've, like, especially now with that goalie flip, feels like they've blown through all of it. Amazing hold there for Hooked on Godcats to keep it up. And with Stagger getting low on X and Kazan, power play could be coming up soon. And that might give a team a pretty big win, although who needs it when Feeding Kappa is just doing Kazan things over there. Great goal here, and with a 2-0 lead, Hooked on Godcats looking to bring it to that 1-1, clear up the advantage.
Yeah, I think crucial thing there was the fighter flight actually popping for Feeding Kappa, giving him that secondary, making sure that he could get that pop-up with the dash. And some great passes. We see good combo attempt by Chikara Space Train, but they still don't get this barrier.
No, for sure. That pass, though, was very clean. Just good on LT Killer for holding up against that play. Still, though, Octavia in the face might get speed again soon once the cooldown hits. Just got to be worried about that, although Hooked on Godcats is taking their chances when the court is up to try and move it through, albeit not for very long.
Yeah, and there it is. Feeding Kappa taking so much damage, again taken off by the X Maximus. LT Killer staying forward. He wants to stay forward and flip. He gets the flip, and it gets through the whole defense of Chikara Space Train.
LT Killer playing greedy, but sometimes playing greedy works. It's what you need to do, and when you got flip, you know, it's the goalie's time to run it up. And LT Killer is like, it's do or die, here I go. And, well, they did the do. That's all I can tell you. That is also going to give LT Killer here an advantage in taking Timeless. Very strong pick, especially taking it away from Finny, giving her less chances to affect the game, but also a very big pick for now, for sure.
I mean, sure, but look at the draft on the side of Chikara Space Train. Deadeye on Finny, Castellast on Octavia, right? And little shocked that the X opted for the Knife's Edge over the Egoist. I guess just wanting the consistent speed and making sure he can stay more on this map. I would have liked the Egoist, but I think Knife's Edge is still pretty fine. And overall, Chikara Space Train, this is their time to kind of snowball. This is the draft that they wanted.
It's insane Finny ult, by the way, there from Oddnar, getting it through to the barrier. And that is also going to help Huatin to just X Maximus, and you know, sometimes all you need to do is punch, as shown here.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you need to do, and we kind of see as a result of that punching, there's almost no evade on the side of Hooked on Godcats, and this could come to haunt them. A great first barrier out of Feeding Kappa, but Philo Lin is already staggered, and that means he's not going to be able to get into a great position for the defense, but as I say that, he's just healed up to full, and now the side of Chikara Space Train, they're looking to keep this core control as Shikukute's flow state just times out.
Not going for the out clear is going to cost Philo Lin and LT Killer, as they are going to lose a barrier. Now having to fight against the all the abilities coming through. Huatin's already up there with the flip, and you know, very fast moving point, but a very effective one. After that 3-0 Chikara Space Train, not taking that laying down.
I mean, hey, both teams just want to trade 3-0s, and I'm all for it. I love fast games, and whoa, Philo Lin, you do not want to be standing there. Gets bell-ringered off the map, and now Huatin, Shikakute pushing up this top side. A great save out by LT Killer. A great crooked leverage out by Feeding Kappa. He's stalling so much time. He baits out the flip, too. And that's everything gone from the opposite side, but a great flip out by Oddnar buys space for Chikara Space Train. They only lose one barrier, but that's really not what you want to do in that power play.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing about Octavia is you either need to be able to consistently take Octavia down, or you need to be able to stall against Octavia so that she's not able to get that speed out. And in that case, Feeding Frenzy just did such a good job there, stalling everything out. And again, we're stalling the core away so that Shiku is not going to get a chance to do some funny Octavia things.
Yeah, and I mean, a great series of Strike Wars. Philo Lin just continues to bring it up, but now the side of Chikara Space Train, they want to trade it onto the opposite side. LT Killer has the flip in case he needs a missed strike out by feeding Kappa. Means that the gold doesn't go in just yet, and there's the barrier that falls. This is not good. The base drop is popped, and LT Killer holds onto his flip, but it doesn't matter as feeding Kappa gets a great ult, and I think a primary in between there too.
I think what happened is that Finny threw out a projectile, and or actually it might have been a primary, I couldn't tell. It looked like to me Oddnarm's projectile went back and hit the core after feeding Kappa hit it with Kazan secondary. I'd have to check that though, because that was a little too quick for me to tell.
Yeah, I know there is a Kazan bug that happens on the opposite set of forms where right after you come out of your closed dash, you can use open primary, but maybe that's the case for that form too, and both barriers are taken here, but there's two flips on the side of Chikara Space Train in case they want to use them, and there's the kill on feeding Kappa, getting revenge for the goal he found, and now the side of Chikara Space Train, they need to use this player advantage. They can't let what happened to the last few times happen again, and there's that second barrier. They do find it. A great bull rush, but a better flip out by LT Killer, but an even better strike out by Huatin as he finds the second set.
Yeah, Huatin just moving in the perfect spaced out spot. Did strike early, but unfortunately LT Killer did not take advantage to move it through immediately, and due to that delay, Huatin just in the perfect spot to go through. I mean, all in all, it was kind of the core was between both teams there, but in the end, I mean, once Shikakute and Huatin just went back online, they just moved it through, and for Hooked on Gothcats, they just didn't really get a chance to move it back out.
Yeah, and I guess Shikakute opting for the Spark, I think I would have liked the Super Surge there, especially with all the other options he does have, but look at what Oddnarm has. Oddnarm has Deadeye missile propulsion. Each of these priming shot there is just going to be like having a railgun shot at you every single time. And you see, once again, that takes basically half of the health of feeding Kappa. And now, he's taking so much damage, but the core control is still there from Hooked on Gothcats, and that means they do take two barriers in response.
Yep, Shikakute moving fast is going to punish a attempted pass to Philolin there. Still though, on Gothcats does have an advantage, is going to have to fight this 2v2, is able to find a great strike though from LT Killer. That is going to give Feeding Kappa an advantage to try and move it through, but is not going to be able to quite find it. Core is already moving quick, it's not even overtime yet, and due to that combo classic Octavia X offense, barriers down on both sides, flip coming out, and amazing now secondary with another flip. No one's lost it yet.
A great defense there out by Chikara Space Train. Philo Lin walking back as LT Killer pushes forward for that flip. A great rotation, but the speed on Shikakute is coming up. There's the X Maximus pop, perhaps too early, and a great press to the point from Feeding Kappa takes the goal there.
I mean, I mentioned earlier, again, you have more range and mobility on the side of Hooked on Gothcat. So you saw there in that open space, even though both goals were open, their team had the advantage because if X isn't already set up forward and Octavia's too far back to really move through with the speed, they can just move the core between them and find those opportunities to get it over to Feeding Kappa, kind of like they're doing now. So once the field is open, especially with the black hole taken out, Hooked on Gothcats has a premium advantage they really need to work off of. Although, as I say that, the the field is open once again, and they're making it work with an amazing goal here. Again, these 3-0-3-0 trades, 3-0-0-3 trades, I guess you could call them, from both teams. Although I guess the last one was 3-1.
Yeah. Look, honestly, Oddnarb, I respect you for that. That was a really great play attempt. Unfortunately, that was the one situation where you do get punished. Because what he tried to do there was he tried to do the primary insta-flip to get a really fast clear out. And, well, the Crystal Thorns was already layered on top, so unfortunately it just didn't work there. They do lose a barrier. They get a kill in return. They lose 2 barriers. This is not what you want to be kind of having in this power play, unfortunately, for Chikara Space Train.
Great strikes by LT Killer to try and get around, is now going to ping pong it a little bit, but there's not too many chances. Beating Kappa, taking an incredible opportunity to kill Octavia. That is very important because now the only range that Chikara has here is from the Finny projectiles. Not going to make as much off the power play as they might want, but still, if they can find an opportunity, the damage, LT Killer playing greedy again, but is not going to get the opportunity they did last time. The flip being taken out. Estelle all alone, not able to win the strike war. I don't see, unless they can hold for a little bit longer, what Hooked on Goth is going to do about this.
I mean, it's a 2v2 on both sides, but Huatin, he finds the angle, he reads where Philolin is going to position, and strikes Shatori's not. And, well, we might see another 3-1, right? 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, 3-1.
Yeah, 1-2 punch overtime there. The 1-2 punch overtime just giving Huatin the immediate red core. Really difficult to do anything about that when the X is in your face. Great primary there, gonna cut off the flip from Oddnar, but Huatin, Shukute immediately moving in with the offense, trying to move it through. Beating Kappa, trying to steal. Not going to get a chance to due to the Finny ult. That is a really difficult tool to deal with, and it's one of Finny's most important defenses, considering the team comm, the hold, but the Finny projectile! Yo! That was clean!
The railgun makes his appearance as Oddnar finds the snipe on the opposite side, and, well, we're going to a 0.5. This is a game point for Chikara Space Train. Hooked on Gothcats really needs this. They want to get into bracket, and there's the kill. There's the first barrier. The second one may be found as Feeding Kappa's waiting in the front with a flip, but the base drop is trying to deny it. There's the flip. There's the barrier. We might just be going to a set 5. But there it is. A great strike means that the first barrier does fall on the opposite side. The second barrier does fall as well. Shikakute, he wants to keep it forward. He wants to make sure Feeding Kappa doesn't get this offense of missed flip. It goes to the top side. Feeding Kappa, he is eating today as he takes us.
I felt so bad at first for Gothcats because they had such an advantage there, and unfortunately we're just out of position slightly, and that led to them losing both barriers. And it's kind of hard because once the core is like in the open space, you know, Tavia just moves to speed. But immediately, I mean, they came back with that. Feeding Kappa, an amazing play there with the strike war, is going to move it through. And, well, you were kind of talking about damage on Oddnar earlier. They are definitely looking for more with the prize fighters. Yeah. I would like to see how many stacks they gather here.
I don't doubt that they'll be getting a lot of stacks because they haven't really been dying is the thing, right? The people who have been dying have been Shikakute and occasionally Huatin, right? So Finny is likely going to be getting prize fire stacks, being able to retain those prize fire stacks, but on the opposite side, Feeding Kappa did pick up another Size Awakening, so he's going to be pretty big as well, right? And we've seen he's been so good with these strike wars so far, so having this extra size is going to do wonders for him.
That is definitely true. So far, though, already with a nice advantage, one barrier is down. Not really finding a good chance there due to Huatin cutting off some of those Kazan abilities. Even once Feeding Frenzy gets in, they are fighting that 3v1, although they almost got it there on their own. Not quite, though. Great hold. Barrier down on both sides, and as I say that, Feeding Frenzy's already back. Kazan moving in, sees the primary from Philolin, and immediately converts into an efficient goal there.
I mean, great core control there, out by Hooked on Gothcats, right? Feeding Kappa using the size to his advantage. Already at that 2 Rampage stacks, right? He wants to end this in 3, right? He wants to use that size to his advantage, and this might be a third Rampage stack already found by him, but it is cleared out by the side of Chikara Space Train, so it's not the end of the world.
Not at all. There's a lot of now abilities on the field. I forget how insane Timeless can be sometimes with now abilities. Either way, though, core is at a bit of a standstill. We're just kind of ping-ponging it around the top side, although, as I say that, Shikute is going to be taking quite a bit of damage. Huatin trying to move it through by themselves as Shikute looking to live. Oddnar with the flip, not quite enough. The now primary, and with Feeding Frenzy and Philolin on the prowl there, it is going to be difficult to save. They have the open goal. They are going to have some difficulties. Huatin immediately flipping, but an amazing strike. LT Killer on point here is going to hold it. it's still their chance to score and get a great advantage here for this set.
Yeah, they very well might find it, as the side of Chikar Space Train is permanently stuck on defense, and as you mentioned, they don't have that same level of mobility that the opposite side has, which means if they're permanently stuck on this defense, they can't get the offense going. But as I say that, a great strike up by Hwatin finds the double barrier, and maybe Chikar Space Train can turn this around if they get a good series of passing plays. Just tries to send it through, and a great clear out, but not great enough, as Hwatin sends it straight through.
Yeah, a few unfortunate hits there. I mean, LT Killer almost got it out earlier, tried to hit into the corner, but slightly missed, and with how fast the core was moving, a mistake was just very difficult to avoid there. Still, we are 1-1 here. Already, great advantage for Hooked on Gothcats as they're going to pick up the barrier. However, unfortunate strike shot is going to leave LT Killer without one of their barriers as well. The Finny Railgun coming back through yet again. The abilities trying to flip to avoid Octavia shenanigans, but is going to still keep the core out in the middle. Oddnarp keeping their barrier safe. The flip finally going through, but is not going to lead to any immediate take here. An amazing hold here with some of those now abilities is going to get the core back to Feeding Frenzy.
Yeah, but looking at the Shikakute, he kept on maintaining that flow state for such a long time, but it did time out, and that's when the barrier falls. Feeding Kappa continuing to stack up these Rampage stacks, but as I say that, he drops off the map, and now Chikar Space Train is looking to convert here. Oddnarp, he has a flip ready in case he needs it, and there's a second kill, Prize Fighter stack too, even after this goal, but it's just another kill. It's just an absolute bloodbath, and that's a stacks reset as well. Oddnarb with the pass up to Shikakute, but in the end, it's Oddnarb that finds it. Despite the valiant efforts from Hooked on Gothcats, Chikar Space Train secures it in the end.
I mean, I gotta give it to Gothcats for trying their best to hold that in the midst of the complete war zone that was really happening there. However, it's just not able to do for quite enough. Again, that Finny Railgun, among with everything else, is just very difficult to deal with. Still though, Hooked on Gothcats is going to look for a double, not quite going to get it, but still putting in so much of that pressure. As long as Feeding Frenzy can stay alive here, they have a good chance, although nice hit there with the Black Hole is going to leave both teams with only one barrier.
Yeah, only one barrier. Great clear out by Shikakute actually makes it so that the second barrier doesn't fall. A flip burned prematurely by Oddnarb, a little worried about the Kazan in his face, and the Kazan having to burn this flip offensively and defensively there as he needs it to live. Now Shikakute is the one that's getting taken really low, burns that flip, gets the barrier, but at the cost of his life. It's an open net in favor of Chikar Space Train, but they are down one member. Hwatin and Oddnarb, they want to be on this defense together and make sure it is successful. The barrier does fall, but an awkward angle, great strike shot out by LT Killer. He does keep it alive for now, but the core just keeps going forward. Where does the flip go? Flip goes bottom side. No one is there to defend it, and that means Chikar Space Train qualify for brackets.
Well, difficult to really say anything that I didn't just see with your own eyes. Both teams putting it through there, putting in everything they've got, the offense, the defense, but I mean, in the end, the offense was definitely more on the side of, like I mentioned, Chikara Space Train. Once they get the core in up close, it's just difficult to deal with that X Octavia combo. So many hitboxes, so many attacks. Even if you do defend it, I mean, you're tanking so many hits, and combined with you know, Finny playing Sniper Elite in the back. I mean, it's kind of it's a powerful combo.
It definitely is, right? And we saw the damage come in. I say this 3 games in a row. This damage has been kind of lethal, and that is what took Chikar Space Train to bracket. And for Hooked on Gothcats, I'm excited to see if they can come back next week pretty strong, because they did look pretty good here, and hopefully they can do well. And for Chikar Space Train, we'll see how far they can get through brackets. But with that, that is the end of the Swiss stage. Oh, there are still some games going on, I think. So we will be waiting for that, and we'll be back shortly with the brackets.
Stay safe, y'all.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the bracket stage of Week 3. we're here with Chikara ICBM and 3 cheers for Sweet Revenge.
Yep, this is looking for the winner's side quarterfinals, I believe.
Yes, this is winner's side quarterfinals, so whoever wins here will be sitting in, I guess, that top 4 position, so they'll have 2 chances to qualify, right? Because once you're in that top 4 position, there are basically 3 teams out of the 4 that will qualify. So this match, out of everything, is the most important one, right? Or is the most important one to set you up for success. So I think both of these teams are really going to be trying their hardest, making sure they can find their way to win this. Now, we are going to be going to IMEZAP. Any thoughts? Are we going to see a double Rasmus Julie ban, or are we going to see them let through?
It is generally pretty conventional just to ban Rasmus Julie because, I don't know, I feel like at this level you just don't want to deal with it, right? I mean, you don't want to deal with it at any level. But, either way, they're going to find ways to KO each other anyway. IMEZAP is just kind of the map for that. We saw that previously when we casted that first round Swiss. If both teams can take advantage of that, we're going to see a bit more of an evened out game. If one of the teams takes advantage of it, I think they could pretty easily snowball like we've seen previously.
Yeah, they definitely can. Now, one thing I am interested to see is Shinx gonna get this? Is Shinx gonna get this Asher? Because Shinx is a pretty known Asher goalie main, right? And his Asher goalie is generally pretty good, but a lot of the time he gets banned away. But going on to IMEZAP, as red side, you're typically gonna have to ban away something like the Rasmus, right? So it's gonna be interesting to see if that still gets through, and if it does get through, who goes first pick? Is it gonna be Shinx grabbing this Asher? Is it gonna be Mad grabbing the Rune? I have no clue yet.
It's Shinx's Asher goalie reputation against the reputation of IMEZAP here. Still though, we're just nearing into bans now, and currently Zentaro and Asher, looks like Shinx's reputation holding strong here. The Asher is going to be taken out. We'll have to see what other goalies they have in stock.
Yeah, and Misael opting for this Rasmus pickup. Now, we are going to see if any of these picks do get denied, right? Mad being a pretty notorious Rune player. I would say one of the better Rune players in OSAS right now in terms of just executing Rune. He is able to find a lot of these setups, and we see Vice Kazan getting picked up on the opposite side. I guess Kazan for Sea to Stars and Vice probably for Sutton. And we're just getting Rasmus and probably Julie both for the side of Chikara ICBM.
That's well, I guess
Atlas.
I wanted to say they normally get banned, but with Atlas on the field, I guess they're just hoping for the ult to the revive to counteract Juliet Rasmus, their oppressive power on the field.
Do you see what I see? Prize Fighter start on this map? Oh god, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath. Prize Fighter start with these really means that I think Nunzi is going to be the deciding factor, and can't really do much when you're still level 1, and that's the first kill already found for Mad. That's 2 Prize Fighter stacks. But nothing's being converted on this offense, right? This passing plate has to come in, and we still don't find it.
Yeah, not going to be able to get much, but as we say that, Mad already finding a great Julie dash into the barrier. Still though, Shinx now going to have to find the way to hold. Is doing so very well, but with Kazan being Kazan, not going to get enough chances to bring it back out. The goal is open on both sides.
And while you say the goal is open, that is a kill. Found onto Nunzi, a great passing play. Not to be found yet, but the flip used to hit stun, pushes Sutton out of the way, and Misael slots it up to the top side.
Well, Mad is already at 3 Prize Fighter stacks after 1 point. So that should give you a pretty good idea of what we've got going on here so far.
Yeah, and I mean, this first set really showing that, and another kill found by Mad. That's still sitting on 3 Prize Fighter stacks, but this could just be the set. Going up to 2 points, and another kill found by Misael. Now he's on 2 Prize Fighter stacks. this Rasmus Julie duo, this is exactly why we saw so many of these pickups back in the early days of Omega Strikers when we had mirrors.
Yeah, I mean, all I'll say is I did partially call it. If you give one team a pretty big, overwhelming offensive advantage on this map, it's really easy for them to snowball, and this is a pretty clear distinction for that.
Yeah, definitely is, and we see Shinx pushing up with this flip. Doesn't really get much from it, but now Mad looking to dribble, trying to get this through the midfield. A great wait out by Sea to Stars, but the core just comes back to the offense of Chikara ICBM, and they slot it in for the first sets.
With that being said, Chikara ICBM, I mean, they're putting in that offense, but they've also have the passing plays. They're playing around each other really well, not only within the power plays themselves, but I mean, in that game, they didn't even get any kills. They just ran it through and found those opportunities.
And he sees it, Mad. He sees the knife's edge, grabs it. Very smart, because that is the pick you are supposed to be picking here. And Rasmus gets extra special. That means you have a hook every single point, right? I don't think anything here is enough to combat the knife's edge and extra special picked up by the forwards of Chikara ICBM.
Yeah, it's difficult to say because Monumentalist is a very decent pickup for Atlas, but I think that extra spec to deny Rasmus might have been the smarter choice here.
And I mean, not only is it a deny on Rasmus, it also just means you can look for way more of these reses, way more of these denials on prize fighter stacks too, right? But as I say that, denial already as Sutton finds the Supernova and kills Mad, bringing him down to 0 prize fighter stacks.
Very important kill here. A very close save with the barrage, but isn't gonna quite hit it. Mad's already back and is in fact Mad gonna be just looking for a kill here to settle the score.
Yeah, unfortunately he already burned that dash punch, right? Doesn't have it for another 5 to 7 seconds or so, but there's a kill found by Missile, now sitting on 2 prize fighter stacks. The Flame Flurry not really finding this barrier yet, and Sea to Stars might actually respawn really soon without anything to be gotten from Chikara ICBM.
Nunzi is holding it down so far, and again now, it's on Shinx to try and find the clear, but who needs to clear it when, again, Missile immediately showing why Rasmus is a terror on this map, taking out the player there.
Taking out the player, and now Mad taking a decent amount of damage too. Another death touch found by Missile, and a great pass up to Mad. It means he can slot it in.
Well, Rasmus is just a harbinger of death on this map.
Definitely so, right? This death touch putting in absolute work, and he already has it again. Reminder, that's the extra special that he has picked up. It's going to continue to do so much work for him.
Continuing on, though, giving a decent advantage. Well, I wanted to say that 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge had an advantage, although with the goal open, they might now. But again, the kills, they're just too powerful. Having those power plays has become such an asset for Chikara.
Yeah, definitely an asset, but this is not the position Shinx wants to find himself in. A great clear down to Missile. Mad is looking really low. Has 1 prize for a stack, so he'd hate to lose it here, and he does. A 3v2 power play now for 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge. Missile, he needs to save this. He needs to block off this pass angle. And Shinx, he finds the second strike even after the lost strike war. This might mean that there's enough time for Mad to come back onto the map, and he finds a kill. This means that now there's a 3v2 power play on the opposite side.
Passing it around, ICBM looking to find a clean play into the goal. Not able to do so, but as I want to say that, Misael is already in the perfect position with the Rasmus primary, and the goal goes through.
Yeah, already there swinging his pendulum, and, well, we are on set point here. Mad finding this pass up to Missile. That's the first barrier already taken. We might just see it here as the dash punch comes in, but no goal to be found just yet. Sutton building up her flip. There's that death touch. That death touch means that there's no kill opportunity just for a little bit.
Gonna be using the flip here. Sutton going to try to move it through, not going to find a chance for any barrier. And again, it's back on Shinx, trying to move it up to Mad. Mad is trying to take those opportunities to get the kill, but Sutton is a bit wiser this time, looking to move away. And in the other hand, Sea Stars is instead going to be getting a kill on their own terms. The power play is in their hands. It's now on 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge to try and move it through, but as I say that, the power play ends.
3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge really wanting revenge for what it was done to them in the early parts of this set. Mad looking to dribble, looking to try to get it past Nunzi, but Nunzi has the flip, uses it early to make sure that it doesn't get to their side. But now it's the dribble, now it's looking for the dash punch, not really found yet. Shinx needs to clear it, needs to get it up to Missile. A great pass comes up from Sutton. They're trying to get it forward to Sea Stars, but really just not finding it. And Mad, he's just setting up for a dash punch, he's setting for something, and there's that flame flurry, he finds it. That's set 2 taken for Chikara ICBM.
Oh, well, Nunzi trying to move through there, trying to stop the Juliet from making those plays, but you get stuck in those 50-50s where you're trying to figure out if the Julie's throwing those abilities immediately, trying to force it through, or is trying to wait it out and bait your clears. In those cases, if you make a mistake, you just lose. Fortunate to say, with Julio on the table.
Yeah, and, well, the fight or flight denied away from Julie, but I think Julie would still be pretty happy to grab, this Egoist, because not only is it great for her, it's also a deny away from the Kazan, who already has Catalyst, too. Important thing to note is this Kai has Prime Time, right? So that's going to be even more in terms of the core control aspect, so even if it does get past the double killing brawlers on the side of Chikara CBM, Shinx probably has a bit of a better time with these barrages to keep the core forward.
You gotta remember, it's not only prime time, it's also prime time hotshot. I can just immediately get their primary back so quickly, and if the Giga hits, they'll be able to just run it quickly. It's a very good supplement to the more close range offense of Mad and Misael. Well, ignoring the Rasmus hook, which just killed Kazan.
Yeah, and I mean, that brings him up to 3 prize fighter stacks, right? He is already looking to win some prizes, and ooh, a great strike war there out by Shinx, getting it up to Missile, and another kill from Mad. We're sitting at 3 and 2 prize fighter stacks. This is just brutal for the side of Chikara ICBM.
It's just a death match for them, and to be fair with this map, that is a very apt strategy. Mad getting a very good strike war there. Nunzi not being able to clear it quite far enough, and Juliet just being so fast due to pummelers on the board, the field.
Yeah, and I mean, we just see the level difference on the forwards on both sides, right? 7 for both of Chikara ICBM, while we see 5 and soon to be 4 for 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge. That just goes to show how much the opposite side has been killing, how much they've been finding these advantages. But maybe Sea Stars finds something. A great flip out by Shinx means he doesn't. And now Missile, he takes this barrier. We might be going up to match point with the goal here.
Mad looking to dribble it through, and a very clean dash punch is just going to push it through everyone. They are already up to match point. A very oppressive game here. This is the last chance for 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge to find that Sweet Revenge that they are craving.
Yeah, and they very well might find it. A great Giga Blast, make sure the core stays forward. And there's that death touch, not actually used to find a kill, so maybe this is kind of that moment of respite that 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge need. And a great flip out by Nunzi means they find the barrier, but it's at the cost of Sutton's life. And now, Mad, Missile, they're looking to find this barrier. A great expanse means they buy more time. And Sea Stars, he's winning some clutch strike wars, but maybe not enough as Mad finds this barrier now. Now the side of Chikara ICBM, they want to close it out here. They want to make sure it doesn't go to a 0.4.
Sea Stars immediately converting that open core into an amazing goal there. A very good advantage here. Gonna have to try and carry that momentum through, though. Do not want to drop it yet.
Oh yeah, definitely they don't want to drop it. And again, Sutton, you need to be really careful. There is Erasmus waiting with his death touch. She dodges away, and, well, that's actually amazing. She dodges away from the dash punch too, and Nunzi finds the kill on Missile. This is really big for 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge, right? Now these passes, they need to come forward. There's that barrier. It is found. This could be the start of reverse sweep if it keeps going well like this.
However, Mad does have Egoist. The speed is overwhelming. Mad is just moving around. The threat of Julie is dangerous. But does it matter? Sea Stars, again, is just in the zone here with the Kazan, going through the barrage, going through the Rasmus hook, getting that goal, trying to move it through to the possible reverse sweep.
Yeah, absolutely insane strike warren. What I swear that was Sutton literally sitting near the wall, and she still died to that from Rasmus. Just the pure power on that hook really showing it's not safe to even tank it. But C to start, he does dodge away from this hook. Has his flip almost ready, needs to build a little bit more energy, and I think that might be the catalyst to kind of winning them this set if he does.
It's also helped by the fact Nunzi doing some really great holds here is going to drop it on that one, but still held it for quite a while. Now going to have to deal with the 1v1. Is using the secondary early, but in that moment, Rasmus hook is already there. Mad is already completely dash punching, and despite their best efforts, the sweet revenge will not come from this game. Chikara ICBM taking a very powerful 3-0.
Chikara ICBM taking a very powerful 3-0, and with Chikara Space Train winning on the other side above them, this means that we will be seeing a guaranteed Chikara face-off, as Chikara ICBM will be playing the winners of Chikara Kittens and Chikara Space Train. Now, one thing I do want to call attention to is just the Rasmus Julie on IMEZAP. For anyone new who's watching, this is exactly why you do not let both, let alone one of them through.
Previously, we saw both of them get banned out because it's already a lot if even one team has those characters. But giving a team both of those characters with pummelers in the game just means that you get a kill, you convert into pressure with the speed, and with a Kai backing you up, prize fighters as well. Yeah, there is so much going for them.
And, well, so much going for them, but they made great use of it, and that's really what this is, right? Because luck is not going to carry you all the way. You're going to need to find those situations where you can figure out how to use these to your advantage, and they did. And, well, with that, Chikara CBM going to be waiting for their opponent, but I believe that is it for the two of us today. We will be having another great caster duo taking over for us. Anything you want to say, Frying Pan Man, before we hop off?
People are pretty KO hungry. I love to see it though. Osas really putting in some intense matches. People getting thrown across the edge. That's what you love to see. You love to see the teams put in the work. And, well, I just hope the rest of Bracket gets to see some just exciting matches this season.
Well, everyone, thank you for having us on. Don't go anywhere. There will be another set of casters on the other side of this break.
Hello and welcome back to the quarterfinals of OSAS. What week is this? Week 3, Season 9. I'm Lego Mage here with Tiger Slasher, and we're bringing Xbox Record That versus Senko's Beloved Loafs for a chance to move on to the semifinals and an opportunity to qualify for the finale. And we're just jumping right in to the game. It's going to be on Night Market here, and Tiger Slasher, what are we looking at coming into this character draft?
I mean, first things first I'm taking note of is Julie Night Market. Kind of got the notorious, flow chart of grabbing that middle speed gate and killing people off one by one. And looks like we're actually going to get to see a Juno ban. That's been a bit of a rarity in these games so far, but finally people have maybe started to realize that she's pretty strong, given the right awakenings.
Yeah, I've seen the rune ban as well. I wouldn't be surprised if get a hot shot start or something like that going on.
Definitely. Are there any what are you kind of expecting to see coming into this game, you know? Like any players that you're excited for?
Not necessarily. I think a lot of these players are relatively new faces or occasional people have returned every now and again. I'm not super familiar with a lot of the character pools going on, but it does look like we have our rosters here. A lot of damage coming out from the side of Senko's Beloved Loafs there. A little bit more core control-y over on the other end. Knife's Edge, Castellas, Karasu, and Bibao going for the Castellas. Everyone else on the Knife's Edge. And this is Cholesterol on the Pauldron's Kazan goalie, which is definitely one of those unusual picks.
It's definitely one of the more interesting things. Looks like we might be having some technical issues with Biabao AFKing, but they might be coming back.
Yeah, we got a brief pause here. They're going to reset the match, it looks like, so we'll have another run back at this, but yeah, definitely some interesting picks. The Kazan goalie is not something you see, especially like in OSAS. We know like Moffin plays at like a NASA level, but it's definitely a more specialized pick where you can really kind of sink or swim. And with the X and the IME as well, that team, of course, just has the potential to dish out quite a lot of damage on the Knife's Edge start. So, but like you mentioned earlier, the Juliet with the Pummelers is a bit of a concern that we saw Xbox Record That pick up. So this could really go either way. I think Adrush could be a big awakening showing up in the draft.
For sure, especially with the combination of the Knife's Edge start, you're gonna feel probably a good amount of brawling just on the edge as well as just kind of the enhanced strength of that.
Yeah. Looks like we got him Richie back in here, reset the game it looks like, so we're getting right back into it in just a moment.
But yeah, definitely excited to see where this goes. See if we're gonna have to see a bunch of dash punch KOs going on this game, or if if Senko's is gonna be able to bait out the Julie and have the awareness to play around it.
Yeah, definitely going to be a bit of brawler going on, for sure. The Kai goalie as well, you're providing quite a bit of that extra midfield support that you expect to see, but in the face of an X, it's going to be... If you can clear it out of their side of the field quickly, it'll be pretty well for Xbox Record That, but Senko's Beloved Loafs, when they are able to get that momentum and have the IME and the X just get up on the offense, it's where Sukuna and Karasu are going to have definite struggles, I think, defensively, and I think Senko's Beloved Loafs, once they get that like conversion, they're going to start to be able to score relatively quickly.
Yeah, and also now that you mentioned about all the damage that the Senko's is going to be dishing out, it's going to be interesting how the momentum boots comes into play with the Kai. Kind of an interesting choice. You mostly see them running strike shot and the eject button. Or
Cholesterol, maybe AFK for a second, but finally the match is real. Same awakenings, same everything. So, well, actually, Bibao did go for the Knife's Edge this time around. Chose not to take the cast to last. I think that's a smart decision. Knife's Edge just makes a lot more sense on IME. But I mean, other than that, everyone just rocking with the the same stuff all around. I am a little bit. I think Knife's Edge could be a totally viable option here as well on Karasu. I think it's kind of like, dealer's choice whether you want the Castellas or the Knife's Edge on the Kai, but I think the Knife's Edge could provide, quite a bit of that extra, movement potential for rotating up to the midfield as well.
One thing people don't always think about with how Castellas interacts with haste abilities is every haste ability except for Mako's and here comes with the tail swipe getting the first goal. But anyway, yes, the thing is with the haste abilities is that the cooldown actually starts as soon as you activate the ability. So Castellas effectively does give you some extra cooldown reduction on your secondary.
That's definitely good to know there. Some nice little trivia about that, but first point over to Senko's beloved Los, and Core Flip's coming online now as we get into this second point. We're going to see Bibao bring down the first barrier. Try to set up some nice corner pressure here. A nice barrage from Karasu. Be able to clear that one out. Be able to get one in return. Sakuna bringing down that second barrier. Open up Senko's side of the barrier. Traded now. Core Flip from Bibao. Blocked by Karasu's Core Flip in turn. Gets it down to Suplex. Bibao with a nice strike war. But Suplex now dribbling up the field. In the corner goes for the dash. But Cholesterol with the flip. The flurries comes out. It's going to be blocked away though. Cleared out. Bibao on the top side. He's going to get it out. The glitch pop to clear it around. Trying to get it back to him. Richie here. Sakuna on the defense. Will cut the pass. Get it back to Suplex. Looking for a shot to the top side. He's going to be able to find it. Cholesterol not going to be able to get the pop up in time. And now tied up 1-1.
Also another thing I'm going to be looking at is to seeing how the Pummeler's X comes into play. It's typically kind of an abnormal pick. Oh, there comes the first dash punch for the set.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, there's the Pummelers for Suplex getting activated, but yeah, Pummeler's X is not super popular. It's normally you're going slick kicks, right?
Yeah, you get the slick kicks or you get the siphoning one. That speed can really help you stay and kind of really attack that opponent. Whereas the Pummelers, you don't have that extra damage, you don't have the extra speed, and it's always kind of a feast or famine kind of thing, regardless on the character you play.
There's a whiffed Core Flip here. A lot of damage onto Bibao. Giga Blast sends it wide, able to save himself with the Cyber Swipe. The Follow Sentry picks up the second one, and Richie, nice pass here as well. Bibao opting to burn the Core Flip for that point. Might not have needed to, but wanted to play it safe. That will put Senko's beloved Loaf onto set points.
Yeah, definitely worth it with how staggered they all were, and just kind of the danger that they're in. Getting that Core Flip off, gets the goal, and just make sure that you utilize it to its fullest extent.
Now Sakuna in the bottom side looking for this barrier, gets it with the Rose Warp there. Suplex looking for a dash punch, but a nice clear from Cholesterol. We'll be able to rotate it back around, and Richie picking up the double. That's an open goal for Xbox Record that. And now Senko's beloved Loves have to get it back over across and reconvert this offense, trying to get out of the hands of Suplex. Some nice defense on the Kazan. And now Richie pass up. Sakuna's there, but Bibao able to recover it. Dribble off the corner. Looking for that offense, but Giga Blast. Karasu will be able to clear that one away. Get it back around. Suplex not quite far enough up. Can't find the flurries. Some smart dribbles on the defense from Senko's beloved Los. Will be able to get that one out. Also getting it past the punch here. Cholesterol does have the flip available. A nice crooked leverage to avoid the Rose Thorns. Now the offense still going on here. Core Flip coming out from Cholesterol. Goes for the maddening descent, but Suplex with the punch. Able to seal away that second barrier now. Will Bibao going to lose a strike war, and Suplex setting up a nice shot to the bottom. That's some good core placement. A lot of people, they're going for the strike war. They think about the strike war and they just hit it forward. But Suplex knew that when they were going to win that, where they wanted the core to go and was aiming there. So just some good, just really good shot placement from the Juliet.
For sure. And right now we're already looking at Sukuna already being staggered. They're honestly might be about to get KO, but both barriers down as well. So not looking very good for Xbox Record that.
Oh, the Giga Blast from Karasu saved that. It almost snuck past him. Bibao also going to burn the Core Flip. A massive save from Karasu there to keep him in the set. But on point 5, we go anyway. Suplex with the flurries after bringing down the barrier. Both sides are opened up. Bibao with a shot to the bottom. The barrage saves away. And Richie back up. Goes for the bull rush. Able to force it through. Sakuna not quite able to catch it in time. Senko's Beloved's Loaf, they'll take set 1.
Good set 1 for sure. Set 5, I mean, point 5 with both barriers down. But now we're going to be taking a look into the draft, and we can already see some survivability as well as some sparks popping off up here. So I'm wondering who's going to be going for that survivability, if they're going to try to deny it, or if they're going to just try to pure scale into that damage, since that kind of seems to be what their comp wants.
See the Rampage go over to the Juliet there. Not opting for Sparks. Going for the explosive entrance at the bottom is kind of interesting.
Definitely. And it's definitely going to be very nice for Cholesterol to be getting that prime time, you know, Kazan with just having 2 primaries in 2 forms, he gets 4 abilities now just on his primary.
Yeah, it's definitely a really solid pickup there defensively, and Bibao, of course, getting the Catalyst is a really good draft for Senko's Beloved Loafs. And getting a power play as well to start off this first point here, putting the pressure on the glitch pop from Bibao. Cholesterol up in the mix here on the offense. A nice crooked leverage brings it back down. Bibao look for the strike war, but won't win it in the 1v2. So back to Cholesterol now. Sukuna with a nice snipe on the ult will bring down 1 barrier. And Suplex looking for another in the corner. Cholesterol defends that way. Core flip from Bibao. Karasu gets there in time with the maddening haste. Firewall Sentry coming out as well. X Maximus getting popped. Looking for the KO on the Estelle, but just a little bit of a slippery girl there. Will be able to get away. Now the corner offense starting once again. Core not quite able to get caught there. Suplex going for a dash punch. Doesn't quite able to line that one up. Cholesterol clears that one out. Karasu up in the midfield with the barrage. Trying to keep it going. But Cholesterol's holding it down. Sukuna, of course, will bring down a second barrier core from Suplex. The crooked leverage from Cholesterol. Able to save that one away. Incredible save for sure. And now Bibao looking to score. Has a Firewall Sentry set up, but Enrichi just can't quite get a hold of this core. Sukuna with a bit of a night market angle there. Sends it back. Bellringer almost sends it in. Karasu with the core flip. Able to save that one away. Cholesterol now re-rotating it back around. Enrichi looking for the bull rush. Does not connect. Bibao with the cyber swipes down to the midfield. Cholesterol with the dribble. Sends it back around. And Richie not quite able to get it once again. Sukuna was cutting that one off. Getting it back into the midfield here, but Bibao with a shot to the top. Going just a bit too fast there. And Senko's Beloved Loafs first on the board.
Speaking of the speed, we didn't really get to see this last set, but you can kind of see part of the strength of Kazan goalie is like, since they were able to hold it down so long, once it hit overtime, they were just constantly able to hit that core at red speed and just keep that speed up, just have a lot more possession. And that's just what I kind of have to say about Senko's in general is they're putting on an immense amount of pressure. Not only are they strong on the damage, but they are like, I mean, Cholesterol is able to move up as you saw in that power play. They are not scared. They'll put on the pressure. I mean, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen.
Now core flip getting burned here from Sukuna. Does get blocked away though. I mean, the pressure is certainly on here for Xbox Record that to bring this game back. Senko's Beloved Loafs have all the momentum, and Cholesterol has proven to be quite the wall on this Kazan, making it very tricky for Suplex to line up a good dash punch here. Does whiff the core flip, so out a little bit of resources now, but some damage getting tossed around on this top side. Sukuna not looking healthy. The core flip from Bibao will be staggering them. And Richie is looking for the KO. A nice Rose Warp actually into the Bellringer. Saved their life there. The offense is continuing. Cholesterol up in the midfield. Suplex goes for the dash punch, but Bibao able to avoid it. As the core getting passed around here, deep in overtime. I mean, both of these sides going basically like net equal throughout all these points, it feels like.
It's definitely, you know, Xbox is definitely holding it down despite all the pressure that's on them. But it only seems like a matter of time before Senko is going to be able to just get that barrier down. Now it's looking quite even.
Yeah, once again, Estelle is staggered. Richie trying to make something happen in this corner. These midfielders just a little bit too fast. Core flip here from Bibao sends it screaming past the defense. And the core flip from Karasu going to get burnt anyway. A big point there from Bibao. Puts him on set point and earns a bunch of energy out of Xbox Record that. Very important there. This puts Senko's Beloved Loafs in a really good spot to take this set.
For sure. I'm trying to, like, you just kind of see the Senkos, they have energy, they have damage. They have a lot of stuff to keep them comfortable for a while, and assuming that they can keep the scaling up as draft goes on, they're gonna be looking in a very comfortable position.
And still 2 barriers up right now. Bibao looking to change that, but it's going to slip past Cholesterol there, and that's going to be opening up Senko's Love Loaf side of the goal. Karasu and Sukuna desperately want to get this core back up to Suplex before they lose too many barriers of their own. Try and get on the board here. Karasu up in the corner, trying to become the midfielder for a bit. Here's just going to go wide. Suplex with the dribble. It's going to get stolen away, though. Sukuna looking for another opportunity. Pass up with the Rose Storms, able to force it through Cholesterol. Now will be Xbox record that, putting themselves up on the board, staying in the set just a little bit, but no more point buffers, no more mistakes.
You know, every single mistake, it adds up, time after time. If you don't,
Oh my gosh, the KO's getting traded left and right, and Cholesterol coming out on top, makes it a 2v1 here. Bibao able to pick up the second barrier, trying to pass to Cholesterol. Doesn't even burn the core flip. Just pokes it in with press the point and takes the set. An incredible, yeah, that was an incredible series. It was a bull rush. It was a bull rush punch on the Estelle, then a dash punch from Suplex, then Cholesterol killed Suplex.
Yeah, I think
and we
it's
ended up there.
The maddening descent.
Yeah, it was.
Go and look in. I'm looking at a possible. Okay, we don't go for the extra special. I mean, instead go for fight or flight. Probably still trying to deny them some of that survivability as well as the stagger swagger. I'm curious as to see if any of them try to pick up Spark of Resilience.
Yeah, see, this is what I was thinking, because this is where, in that previous draft, we saw the Spark of Focus come up, and I wondered why Enrichi didn't go for it. You had 2 really good options there. You were either going to get Stagger or Speed, and it was pretty much undeniable. So, had they invested into Sparks in that early set, they could have been even more stacked right now. I mean, Prize Fighter is still good here, and you get Fight or Flight on Bibao, as well as Stagger Swagger on your goalie, so once again, it's still a really good draft from Senko's Beloved Loafs, and they have the momentum anyway, so I don't know that's really going to matter, but I mean, it's worth investing. I think it's worth investing in Sparks if they come up early like that.
Definitely, but Karasu making their way up to show that they're not just the goalie. They know how to put up that forward pressure. They aren't scared. They have what it takes.
Yeah, now 1 barrier to 1 barrier here, and Richie and Bibao looking to get. I'm going to change that up and get that second one here. Sukuna on the defense, and Suplex with the dash punch takes Bibao off the field. The power play for Xbox. Record that. Trying to make something happen on this barrier. Core flip from Cholesterol is going to buy quite a few seconds that they need for their midfielder to come back. Come back they will, and they're going to get the KO in return onto Suplex. Now a power play the other way around. Cholesterol in the midfield here trying to make something happen. Sukuna with a nice time-buying skill placements there. That piercing shot was nice, but Enrichi will bring down that second barrier with the bell ringer now. An open goal for Xbox. Firewall Sentry coming out. Bibao with the cyber swipes trying to pass it in. Enrichi with the dribble brings it up to the top side. Sukuna gets there first. The top spin, the core flip. Send it screaming back though. Suplex looking for the dash punch. Able to bring down that barrier. Sukuna trying to send it back in. The piercing shot doesn't quite line up with the core. Cross the Gigabloss goes wide, but has the core flip, sends it back here to Suplex. The top spin from Cholesterol will send it back around to Karasu. The cooldown's not back in time. It'll just float right in. Senko's Beloved Loafs strike first yet again.
It's definitely, you can see that momentum piling up. I mean, even when the power play, even when they lost Baobao, they were still holding their own, and they were able to eventually make a power play of their own. So they're not going anywhere anytime soon. But Karasu gets the first barrier, but loses their life for it. So can Xbox record that defend?
Big KO from Enrichi, and it's forwards in the net now. Cholesterol up in the midfield. Sukuna trying to make a play with that Rose Warp. Cholesterol able to defend it off, but the core flip. A perfect shot to the bottom. No one can get there. Missing the center and barely hitting that corner to sink it in. Xbox record that. Stealing the point away out of the goalie power play there. Big plays from Sukuna.
You know, no goalie, no problem. That's what Xbox says. I mean, that might even be something that they want the Xbox to record. Or is the Xbox recording the whole match, or is it recording especially the exciting moments?
I don't know. Might be recording the whole match. Honestly, I feel like almost every point of this match has kind of been cinema. They've been going almost dead even. And Imrichi, another big KO with the X Maximus to start us off. Senko's beloved Loafs taking names for sure. The KO count after this game is going to be pretty interesting as they're pressuring this barrier, but Karasu not willing to give anything up at all. Despite all of this, still it's standing.
Yeah, I believe that's also finally 3 stacks of prize fighter. So,
Yep.
I mean, Emirichi is just gonna be the biggest X on the block.
Yeah, now Imrichi walking up to that core on this bottom side. In the 1v3, the bell ringer hitting pretty hard right now. They're not able to make too much happen with the core here. Both sides still at their 1 barrier. Sukuna looking to change that. Suplex not quite able to find the punch. Might have another opportunity, but Cholesterol clears it out with that overtime speed. And Richie going X Maximus here, looking to punch it in past Suplex. Just straight into the goal, and Senko's beloved Loafs now on match point.
I think the craziest thing is that the extra power, or just the extra power from prize fighter allowed that to just X to red hit on his own, just in overtime right there. But
Yeah.
Sukuna, just Xbox record that, getting the double barrier.
Some nice plays on the Estelle here. Senko's beloved Loafs, though, looking to trade it back up with some offense of their own. Just kind of bringing it back down. Suplex, that knife's edge speed. Running pretty fast here. They have some energy to work with defensively here. Karasu actually having to burn it a bit early against Imrichi. Core flip now from Sukuna, brings it down to the bottom side. Suplex trying to get in position, but the top spin from Cholesterol makes things hard. Gonna have another opportunity here. The Rose Thorns come in, and Cholesterol doesn't have the hook. It's in open form, not closed form. Won't be able to save that one away. Xbox record that on set point now. A chance to salvage this game.
1 point, and they might just be able to start making a comeback. Never count any team out, no matter what. Juliet could just get some damage, or that allows her to get some dash punches that could shut down the entire offense and damage of Senko's. Gotta be looking out for that in the possible draft.
Yeah, absolutely. If this goes to a set 5. Could be kind of scary, but it doesn't matter because Imrichi with the bull rush as the goal gates open up. Sinks it right in. Just bulldozing through everyone right there. Senko's beloved Loafs will take the dub, and they will be moving on to semifinals where they'll be facing the Platinum Horde for a chance to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely an interesting match. I mean, you get to see that Kazan goalie, and it's not just a Kazan goalie that sits back there in net and always has that powerhouse pauldrons. They move up and they lose that buff, but I mean, they just Cholesterol and Karasu. I gotta say, both these goalies, they are not scared of anything. I see them walking up, I see them taking challenges, and just yeah, everything about this game was honestly very, very strong from both teams.
Yeah, but I mean, Senko's beloved Loafs ultimately coming out pretty dominant there. And look at some of those stats; they had quite the numbers. But yeah, they'll be going on to face the Platinum Horde for their chance to qualify. Though, next up, we have Chikara Kittens versus Chikara ICBM, the team kill, for a chance to qualify as well over in our semifinals match. So I think we'll be throwing it to a quick break, and when we come back, it'll be that. And welcome back to our semi-final match. The winner of this will get one of those qualification spots. Chikara Kittens versus Chikara ICBM, both teams that have been around for at least a couple seasons here. So both teams that really want this. And we're going to be jumping in the match right about now. It's going to be on Night Market once again. Night Market Gaming for sure. So, I mean, Tiger Slasher... I don't know. What do you have? What have you seen through these teams? You've followed at least Kittens through part of Swiss. Yeah. What do you got?
I mean, I'll say this. I'm a bit of a fan of Fox and Sox. I've seen them in my Norms games, and I've seen them everywhere. I've seen them elsewhere. So I'm just kind of excited to see what they're able to run with. But also, it's just always going to be fun when you get to see a Chikara Civil War here in OSAS.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a relatively common occurrence with how many of the teams they got here, but fans coming through, and it's going to be Shinx on the Asher goalie here. Mad hovering that rune still. Another X-Imi combo from Chikara Kittens. Most likely, it's going to be that Fox and Sox Imi goalie. Misael could be going for the Luna here. That'd be a really weird team comp. But no, gonna go for the Brawler Rasmus. Mad will take the Rune at midfield. Oh my gosh, going for the Brawler Luna. Or maybe Brawler Rune. I don't know. Double midfield comp there. Pretty unusual. So we should see what the goalie, or the, I guess that midfield pick is from Kittens. Taking their time with it.
Yeah, the Luna pick is definitely interesting as well on a map like Night Market, where her dash just kind of gets cut off so much by the geometry in the middle. It's such an interesting pick, but we're also, yeah, we got the eject button, Imi start, and then also a Catalyst start.
Catalyst missile prop, and that's always a tough one with the Catalyst start, right? Because like if you don't take it, it feels bad. But missile prop can be so strong on, well, like Luna and Estelle. But yeah, Murad, Fox, Sox, and Misael all going for that missile prop. Everyone else on the Catalyst here. It could definitely give me an interesting one, like you said. Luna, Night Market's not one of her better maps, and I mean you're running kind of this double midfield comp. But you have like a melee goalie against a more traditional comp with an eject button goalie here. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see how this one plays out. Be a lot of pressure on Murad for sure, I think, defensively to help deal with all the obstructions that Fox and Sox is going to have to deal with. But speaking of Murad, piercing shot. It's going to send Shinx flying off the map there. And the first point going over to Chikara Kittens.
Yes. I wonder, what I think is going to be happening is I think Misael, they're going to be going for a bunch of dash punch KOs on the Luna, but they're staggered, so it's going to be hard to be looking for those.
Yeah, if you could get there's quite a few opportunities, I think, for them to get some unorthodox KOs. Xenox pretty hurt as well, looking for the KO on this Luna. Not going to find it, but Murad, once again, just controlling that core and getting it through Shinx. May have been focused on that fight happening down at the bottom of the screen there, but a quick set point now for Chikara Kittens.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time telling who's the scorer on the team. Is it Murad or is it Xenox?
Yeah, it's sort of ambiguous, right? It's kind of just whoever, I guess, is able to score, but I mean, if it works, right? You know, whoever gets the... I'm honestly, I'm more confused about who the scorer is for ICBM, right? Mad and Misael, like, neither of those characters are particularly known for scoring.
I mean, Rune's definitely, as a goalie player, you can be very annoyed by a Rune, or you'll go for a clear and he'll just instantly put a pillar down to just make your life just a living hell.
And I actually saw Mad kind of own pillar there a little bit and save it away. Putting up the corner offense now. All three members of Chikara Kittens holding it down on the defense. Back over to Fox and Sox now with the strike, though, and that's just time, and Misael able to capitalize on it with the rocket, the missile propulsion coming in big there to punish that missed strike. And then we'll put Chikara ICBM on the board.
Oh, that's just a crazy primary there from Cell. I don't know if they saw that coming, if that was just luck of the chance, but there comes the dash that I was talking about beforehand. Cell able to get the first KO over ICBM.
Yeah, now one barrier to one barrier here. Murat respawns. Core flip coming out from Shinx. Mad not quite able to get the pillar up in time. So get rotated back around now. Xenox pass it down to Murat. Pass it back in for a strike war against the barrier. Goes for the top. The gold gate's going to block that one away, but the bell ringer set up in the center. Nowhere for Shinx to send that one. And it will be Jakar Kittens taking a quick set one.
I'm curious as to how these teams are going to be drafting, as well as how super going to be seeing that Egoist Catalyst appear.
And here are those double sparks showing up again. We have Big Fish, we got Rapid Fire, Primetime, and Twin Drive. There's a lot of really good stuff on this board. Rapid Fire to the Estelle. Curious to see where these sparks are going to land. It's actually going to be Knife's Edge taken away by the Luna here. Sparks looking more and more tasty further down we get. It will be Agility for the X. And the Rune opting for the Twin Drive. Okay, I didn't necessarily expect that, but...
Neither did I. It's definitely strange. You kind of typically want someone to be at least challenging the enemy team on their spark possession.
Yeah, especially you have the option available, right? And the other two yet to show up. I mean, Stagger and Power are both going to be really, really strong on Xenox if they show up. Like, those are the kind of the ones that X is gunning for anyway, so it's definitely a really good investment here that Jakar Kittens just made, and already pumping out some damage as well in his first points, bringing it up to the top side, and Fox and Sox putting on the pressure. A nice glitch pop in the midfield to buy a bit of time here. Goes for the core flip, gets it past Mad. Back over to Xenox here. Core flip from Shinx, sends it back around. The Banish comes out, sets up a pillar. The Firewall Sentry blocked that one away, but still on the bottom side. A pillar from Mad's going to get it past Fox and Sox, and both sides are opened up. Murat wants to bring it around to the top side. Xenox is waiting. They will pick up the KO onto Misael. Now with the one strike board here, but a missed core flip from Xenox. Murat trying to recover this core. Mad, good pillar placement. It's going to get in the way and mess some things up now. Goes for the core flip to the top. Doesn't have the angle. Goes for the rebound. Still doesn't quite have it. Murat with a strike war win. Holding it down against the goal. And now going for the Thorns. Barrier beams from Shinx saves that one away. We're trying to send it back up in, and Shinx can't find the dash. Kittens, once again, striking first.
Yeah, striking first. I mean, you know, it's kind of funny you to say that, because they commonly say to, you know, you always want to be striking seconds in this game, but I think Kittens, they're staying bold. They're like, nah, we're in charge of this.
Yeah, strike second in the strike war, strike first in the points, right? But a nice pass up here to Xenox. Not quite getting the point, but they get Shinx core flip, and they still have the momentum here. It's going to be Murat with the piercing shot set up to force it through the Luna. And Jakar Kittens, they're just on a roll right now. They've held ICBM to only one goal this entire game, and I mean, ICBM, they're just not really playing together all that well. The Rune and the Luna, not necessarily known for having the greatest synergy, right?
I don't know if Luna and Rune have ever talked out inside the game, you know? I don't think they have much relationship with each other at all. But
yeah, it's definitely not a combo you see much.
Yeah, and the other thing is just, you kind of, if you launch Michelle, they're all constantly just near being staggered, just taking a lot of damage. But, I mean, ICBM able to manage to get the power off the power play, it just denied the core flip.
That was a really good block from Mad. Perfect patience, just literally waited until it was like almost out. Didn't try and do anything just on instinct, so good patience there. And that's the kind of stuff you're going to want to see if you want to bring this game back. But already both barriers gone, and Xenox with some big pressure able to sink it into that bottom side. Another set. Jakar Kittens. And with the other two, I guess the other two sparks don't, well, they kind of matter, right? Because Xenox has one, but it doesn't look like any are going to be showing up. Perfect Form, however, and Stagger Swagger, kind of the two big prizes here.
For sure. I mean, I think if Miss Cell is able to get that Stagger Swagger, the things can turn around. But Shinx ends up being the one taking it, and X gets Perfect Form. Deadeye Aimi, it's looking really strong for the damage for Jakara Kittens. I'm not too sure how ICBM is gonna be able to survive all that damage coming from Jakara Kittens.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a rough draft. All three Creation Awakenings, other than I guess Siege Machine, showed up there as well. And Mad opted for the Manu over Castellast, which I think is kind of unusual. I think the Castellast is better on Rune. But they do have a KO, they do have the barriers here, and a shot from Mad actually going to sink it into the bottom side. So things are going pretty well off of that initial kickoff with that Crater Maker here. But, I mean, I have to agree with you. That's definitely a draft in Kitten's favor.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't get to see, though, the Monumentalist starting that Rune Pillar combo off on, like, just immediately. Allowed most of Jakara Kittens to get staggered and just a lot of power to come off that play for ICBM.
And ICBM, Misael got, like, kind of royally screwed there. Was forced to take explosive entrance, which does basically nothing on Luna. And it was either that or just some, like, random creation stuff. So it's pretty well navigated by Kittens here. Once again, with an open goal situation, though, we'll be able to even it up now. Spiral Sentry in the top side. There's going to be so much pressure onto this Asher, and they'll be able to even the score relatively easily in that second point here and kind of get back on track to taking this one. Mura's at level 8, which is pretty impressive.
I mean, yeah, it's just all the damage, all the barriers, all the KOs, all the goals. There's a lot that Mura is able to get in. Look at that. Mad already dead to Mura's piercing shard.
Another KO. Mura is putting on a pretty solid Estelle performance this game for sure. Putting up a lot of work in this midfield right now. I think I bring down one more barrier here. Mad able to get one on the respawn. Still looking for this pressure. The Banish coming out. Has the pillar. Won't pick up a KO. Gonna have another opportunity to score over Xenox. Able to clear that one out of there. Misael actually boosting backwards to save that one. The pillar from Mad. Able to open up Kitten's side of the field. Xenox for the Bellringer. Corfoot from Shinx gonna get blocked away here. They're trying to reconvert. Both sides just kind of fighting around this neutral area right now. No one able to get a good setup. X Maximus from Xenox comes out. Try to make something happen. Burns the core flip. The barrier beam comes through, but Xenox waits it out. That's both sides opened up. Morel teleports to the top side. Piercing shot, but pass splitter blocking everything. It's going to get whittled down, though, and Xenox there to recover off the bumper. Jakara Kittens on match point. And look to be taking this one pretty easily.
There's a lot of energy going on right now, so you might be seeing a lot of big plays being made with core flip.
Yeah, for sure. The Banish into double pillar here. Not quite the right angle. Mura will be able to survive that one. A lot of damage onto Xenox. Has to avoid the Crater Maker core flip from Fox and Sox, though. Brings down the second barrier as all that is happening, but loses both in return. Core flip from Shinx to try and buy some time. But stuck in the goal net. Mura with the core flip pushed up. Shinx saves it once, but Xenox there to recover it. And everything's coming up Kittens as Jakara Kittens will be moving on to the OSAS Season 9 finale. Jakara ICBM will have another opportunity as they will be placed down in the third place tiebreaker.
I mean, with all that damage and just how the draft kind of went for Jakara Kittens, it just kind of, a lot of things went into their favor there.
Yeah, definitely. I think they definitely played more as a team, more coherently, a more well-rounded team comp and better drafts. Just everything kind of looked a lot tighter, a lot cleaner from Jakara Kittens that game. But ICBM will have a chance to redeem themselves. I think the Rune Luna is definitely an unusual pickup for a forward duo, but showed some potential for sure. Shinx, I think, of a really solid goalie performance there with 57 saves at 125 redirects there, tying Mura in redirects was actually pretty impressive considering how much Mura was doing.
So she has like an Aimi, just being able to be all around that map and just kind of teleport in. where versus kind of being an Asher where you're just a lot less mobile and have a lot less area of influence.
Yeah, and well, with that, that's Chikara Kitten's qualifying. So we're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, Senko's Beloved Los versus the Platinum Horde fight for that second qualifier spot. And welcome back to our second semifinal match of the night. Senko's beloved Loafs taking on the Platinum Horde for the second qualifier spot here. The loser will be facing Chikara ICBM in the third place tiebreaker. Looks like for the first time, at least since I joined, we're going to be going over to Taiko Temple instead of Night Market for this one. And, well, with how Senko's beloved Loafs were playing in the last match we saw, putting on a pretty entertaining game of Omega Strikers with that Kazan goalie, I think on a map like this, Tiger Slasher, this could pan out to be a pretty interesting one.
For sure, yeah. I'm curious as to see if they'll actually be running that again, or if they'll be going for a different goalie. Just also gonna be interested to see what the Platinum Horde is gonna be able to bring over to the table. Taiko, just kind of an interesting map, very fast paced with the ball bouncing everywhere. I'm excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, and loading into it right now, so find out about this draft. But yeah, generally on this map, you see a lot of those defensive turtle goalies: Dubu, Atlas, Mako, Asher, all really good playing around the corner, defending against the corner offense. And Kazan, not typically that character unless you're really good at kind of managing the cooldowns and knowing which of the abilities to use when. But it looks like we got Cholesterol hovering it again, so we might see it Enrichi on the forward Dubu, which is known to be a thing on this map. So this could be a really cool team comp here from Senko's beloved Loafs.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that you're talking about, like, you know, the goalies wanting to be those melee goalies, but it's sometimes, you know, you're just gonna see them running in the forward. It's just with how those pockets are, you know, it's just kind of, they can shove it in there and do a lot of pressure that other forwards just don't have the quit. I mean, their kit it's good for it, but I mean, those goalies can just be really oppressive.
Looks like Enrichi going for the Juliet here. Ibao hovering the rune, which can be really good if you know how to play it. Dubu Kai for the other side here, the Platinum Horde, and they'll pick up the Era midfield. Not something we see as much now. Now is kind of taking the place, but this looks like a Dubu forward and a Kai goalie. No, it isn't. It is a double midfield comp from the Platinum Horde. Yeah, that is not typical for this map.
Yeah, everything about this game is looking interesting so far. I mean, we got the Rune goalie, we got Hotshot Rune, we got, I mean, the Era midfield, which you don't see too much anymore. I am curious as to how this is gonna be going.
And it's a Hotshot Stagger Swagger start as well. Hop the Frog took Hotshot on Era, which I think 9 out of 10 times you expect a Stagger Swagger pickup, right? Her whole thing is speed and striking, and Hotshot doesn't do a lot because it doesn't really work that well on the NATO and doesn't really work that well on the beam other than giving it the cooldown. So it's definitely a lot of abnormal picks here, sort of across the board. And I'm curious to see how this ends up panning out later on into the match. But that Hotshot, Pauldron's Kazan, Cholesterol, as soon as this game hits overtime, that core speed is going to be a huge factor on this map, especially with the drums.
Yeah. One thing I'm definitely going to be curious to see is how this Era NATO is going to be used in play. One of the very big advantages on Era NATO on this map is how strong it can be on pushing for that corner area on the barrier. You can be very strong for getting the barriers and helping with the overall momentum of the game.
And now an open goal here, and Richie trying to force it through, but Jiggle Supreme has the flip and will be sending it out of there. Fourth up here from Chicken Tendies picks up the second barrier to the Platinum Horde. Now with both sides opened up, but a KO coming out in the midfield there. Hop the Frog with a flip up in the corner's going to burn it and just stuff it right in. Cholesterol is not going to burn a flip for a 0.1, so that will be going over to the Platinum Horde. It'll be first up on the board here, but something tells me these points are not going to be quick. Just with how little real scoring pressure the Platinum Horde have, they're just kind of looking to capitalize on mistakes and look for outplays, and that could just lead to some pretty long points, I think.
Immediately, I mean, Senko being able to get that double barrier, very huge start, and that because it was immediately go in and get the goal.
Well, a bit of an unfortunate bounce there. Jiggles Supreme was not quite ready for that one. But, I mean, I say long points, right, from the Platinum Horde, but it's going to be, I guess, fast points from Senko's beloved Loafs. If, you know, they're making setups and plays like that. So the soup already coming on cooldown from Jiggle Supreme. It does leave them in a little bit of a weakness without that Dubu ultimate. If Richie and Bibao decide to get crafty here, but they're having a little bit of trouble getting it past these fast midfield characters. But Richie with the dash punch is going to take Hop the Frog off the board now on a power play for Senko's beloved Loafs. Jiggle Supreme winning Strike Wars, though, left and right, holding it down, but it will slip right in, and that's another double barrier for Senko's beloved Loafs. And Richie with the core now. The Banish comes out, gets caught in the NATO, and taken out by Hop the Frog. The scorer era back online now. Chicken Tendies looking to make the setup, trying to force it into this corner. The top spin comes out. The Ocean Beam not quite able to connect here, and it will slip back out. Still 2 core flips to work with. Bibao first to burn it, gets blocked by Chicken Tendies though as we head into overtime. And now's where the core speed is really coming online. Cholesterol up to him, Richie. Trying to get it past Chicken Tendies. Bibao in the center, but some nice clears from Jiggle Supreme. Will be able to rotate it back around the pillar coming in the way, but Jiggle Supreme once again save it away, and Cholesterol, a little bit of an own barrier there. Both sides opened up, and both sides looking to score.
Amazing, just good save from Cholesterol. Just being able to dash in there and manage to get the core flip. Very scary moment, but they're not out yet, and they managed to get the goal.
Yeah, stellar save there from Cholesterol and setting up Bibao to be able to bring that one back. Another pretty long point there, but going in favor of Senko's beloved Loafs. On set point now. I mean, it's what you want to see. You don't want the speed characters to be able to scale their speed up. It looks to be in a pretty good situation here. But as for the Platinum Horde, I think it's a little bit hard to identify their win condition, right?
I think, honestly, their win condition so far has been these Aeronados. They've been able to get 2 kills off of it so far. They've been able to, it's very good for pushing that corner. It's very strong on a map, and if it can scale up with the size, it can cover an entire lane. So that might just be, and you get some scaling on that, that might get them a lot of momentum going and let them profit off that.
Yeah, I mean, Hop the Frog is definitely kind of taken on the brawler role, it seems like, with these KOs and the goals that Era's been able to set up here. But another big back and forth going on as they're trying to set up something in the corner. A missed pop-up, but Bibao is there to hold it down. The Frog still putting on some pressure. They're finally able to get it out to him, Richie here. A nice little corner bounce there from Jiggle Supreme. Gets it back up to Hop the Frog, and that's the barrier gone. A mini NATO coming through. Core flip from Hop the Frog. Passes up to Chicken Tendies, but goes for the center, and Cholesterol blocks it. Might have another opportunity here. The pillar from Bibao, though, stalls a bunch of time. Hop the Frog with 2-1 Strike Wars. Trying to look for a third. Bibao will win that one. Rotate it back around, getting stuck in the pillar in the center. The Banish comes out. Bibao will force it through. Moving at Mach 10 with that hot shot, and that's a barrier gone. Both sides are opened up. And then Richie hovering around this top side. Wants to be able to force it through here. Cholesterol buying some time with the core. Chicken Tendies is pushed up. Core flip from Bibao. Jiggle Supreme. The ult goes wide. The Tofu Fortress doesn't connect. Senko's beloved Loafs will take set 1.
And going into the draft here, we'll have to be seeing what's popping up. And it looks like we're getting 3 of the sparks, so it's gonna be kind of interesting. Not likely to see. Well, actually, someone has to take a spark. Here is the funny thing. And so we're gonna see who's gonna be that unlucky person. But we get some speed on the runes, some more duration on the era, and interestingly enough, we getting the spark of agility on the Kazan goalie, and also a spark on Kai. That's definitely interesting when there's only gonna be 1 spark left over, and that's spark of Stagger, if I'm correct.
Yeah, and what was that awakening on the board that I saw? I forget what it was. It was some other thing was left up. Oh, Knife's Edge, I think. No, Knife's Edge got taken. My bad. Whatever. I forget what it was. Doesn't matter. But yeah, no, I think the Castellast and the Fighter Flight were kind of like the two things that we were initially like, you got to look at, right? Because Rune really wants the Castellast, but obviously you can't let Hop the Frog get Fighter Flight, so they ended up kind of having to trade those away. It's kind of an even draft around, right? Just because, like you said, like there's so many sparks, it's kind of hard to really navigate that. You're just not getting a lot of value with only one left in the pool. So I think both teams did a pretty good job of getting, you know, the best things they could for their characters here. And I think it's just going to continue to come down to, you know, who is playing better ultimately. And well, so far it's been relatively even here with Senko's Beloved Loaf just kind of getting the better of some of these offensive plays a little bit more often.
You know, I think now that I look at it, the Spark of Power might have been a deny from the Julie. Just kind of possibly try to get the dash punch pressure and just less damage on her. But immediately right there, Vavo with the Rune secondary teleports in and gets the goal.
A nice setup there from Bibao. Had the Shadow waiting in that center spot. Was able to capitalize on it quick, and now it's going to be 3 core flips available for Senko's Beloved Loafs. They look to bring it to a second point here and continue on their way. And I think this is where things just continue to get more and more difficult for the Platinum Horde, because, I mean, as the Juliet scales, it's only ever going to get harder, right? Like, you have the creations from Jiggle Supreme to kind of shut that down, but she can kind of just push right through the Era and the Kai. And I mean, Cholesterol is like not willing to give very much up at all.
Hop the Frog living on a prayer, just barely surviving the dash punch from Julie, but that prayer is short-lived as they just get Taiko'd all around the map.
Yeah, now with an open goal here, Bibao trying to make the pass happen, but Chicken Tendies try to cut it off in the corner. A nice roll coming out from Jiggle Supreme right as Hop the Frog respawns. But Imrichi now with the flurries up. A bad angle, though, and it won't quite go in. Might have another opportunity. Caught in the NATO. That's a Juliet gone. Another KO for Hop the Frog. It's been absolutely lethal with these tornado setups. And now they're looking to bring down some barriers of their own. Chicken Tendies going to get one here. Pass down to Hop the Frog for another. And that's another open goal now. Hop the Frog pops the speed boost. Jiggle Supreme's got to send it back around. Keep out in the way in the midfield. And Richie as well, starting the passing plays. Shot to the bottom's block. Shot to the center block. Going for the dribble. But Bibao teleported back to set up a pillar. Back right in time to pass it to him, Richie. Thinking to the bottom. And that's Senko's Beloved Loafs now. Up 2-0. And looking to steal this set away.
One thing that was interesting is, starting the last kickoff, you got to see Senko's actually rotated the position of both Emarichi and Cholesterol. Cholesterol started off the top. It's a very unusual thing to be seeing a lot of teams doing. But we'll see if they manage to get some use out of that by Julie being able to start on get to either lane quicker.
Hop the Frog going to the top side there, but Cholesterol able to catch it. Now with an open goal, Platinum Horde has an opportunity to try and bring this one back. The banish coming out, though, onto Chicken Tendies. Buys a bit of time. They're able to recover the core just a bit. Cholesterol on their toes. Core flip from Bibao. Rotate it back around. Trying to get it here to him, Richie. Bring down this second barrier. They will, in fact, off of that nice bounce. As the core floats into free space, Cholesterol with a little back pass to themselves. Beat out Chicken Tendies in the foot race. It's a nice play here. A pillar, though, set up. Almost gets Jiggle Supreme. Drops the Tofu Fortress. Comes back around to him, Richie, but it's going to fly off of the soup there. Giga Blast comes in from Chicken Tendies. Read the clear. Called out Cholesterol on that one. And blasted it back in. The Platinum Horde will go up onto the board here. 2-1.
Amazing Giga Blast from Chicken Tendies. Just being able to hit it off the side there, get that lingering hitbox to get that explosion, to manage to just barely find that angle and the speed to get it in at just the right moment.
And now 3 core flips going to be available from the Platinum Horde as well. Chicken Tendies first to burn it for a barrier The Frog probably also looking for one. Sets up the NATO. Has the corner pressure. Cholesterol burning cooldowns, but still holding on to that energy. Chicken Tendy's just going to strike it in. Cholesterol burns the flip here anyways. The goal opens up. A huge barrier gain for the Platinum Horde. Core flip now from Jiggle Supreme will clear it back out. Pass up to Hop the Frog. As they look to reconvert. Sets up the NATO on the top side. Goes for the flip shot to the top. Crook leverage saves it away. Now Jiggle Supreme in a bit of a predicament here. Needs to get it past the rune. Back over to the side, rolls up into the midfield, but Richie calls it out and punches it back to seal the barrier away. And B-Bow now looking to set up this Juliet for a scoring opportunity of their own. Cholesterol stuck in the corner. Once again, the NATO coming out. Chicken Tendy's on the bottom side, going for the bottom shot. Pass up to Hop the Frog. That's going to get cut off. Both sides going back to neutral here. Looking for the play to happen. B-Bow has a flip available. Jiggle Supreme Chicken Tendy's trying to get it off. Flip is burnt, blocked by the Tofu Fortress. Giga Blast sends it back in, but not quite the angle to find the goal. Gets stuck in the Particle Accelerator and goes back up to Chicken Tendy's. B-Bow, an unfortunate pillar. Sends it right up to the midfielder who sinks it in, and the Platinum Horde, they've tied it up.
Oh, what an unfortunate rune pillar right there. Just bouncing it back and forth. I'm sure Cholesterol was in a bit of a panic right there. Not sure what was about to happen.
Yeah, it's always scary, right, when it's like that, especially in your side of the field. But Chicken Tendy's was standing in the right spot. If it did, like, get out of there, there was not really much else place it could have gone if it came out on that bottom side now. And big offense coming out. Jiggle Supreme using the Tofu Fortress, but on an open net, a pass here to him. Richie goes for the top side, wins the 50-50. Jiggle Supreme guessed wrong on the roll. And it's Senko's Beloved Loafs taking their second set now.
Well, we'll have to see how if this draft is anything like the last. There's the last Spark. Spark is staggered. Looks like we're gonna be able to get some rune deny on the Monumentalist. Gonna be very strong. Being able to like kind of block off an entire lane as midfield on this map, that's a very strong thing. Able to control the map a lot.
Yeah, we got some sides going over to Chicken Tendy's. I think mostly as a deny away from Cholesterol, but that's 2 sparks on the Kazan. Cholesterol is going to be absolutely moving here. Jiggle Supreme also picking up some stacks on stacks, get some more speed on this Dubu. But Richie, Prize Fighter, Rampage is going all in on those stacking awakenings here. Gets a quick 2 stacks as well. So, I mean, it's going to be pretty powerful, but if they ever get KO'd by the NATO, it will be a big loss for sure.
I don't think that's gotta be much of a problem. As I mean, you saw right there, B-Bow was able to pillar combo the Kai and get him near completely staggered, but it goes right by Cholesterol, just barely, and that's the first point in the set.
Yeah, Cholesterol can't quite line up to press the point. The side hitbox is a bit too small to get it to go the direction that they wanted. But just 1 point here for the Platinum Hordes. Senko's Beloved Loaf still in a pretty good position to take the game. The pillar comes up, but it drifts just a little bit too far back. That's a little bit going to be an own barrier. Chicken Tendy's capitalizing with a second one now. The NATO coming out. Cholesterol will avoid it. The offense from Hop the Frog making it a little bit hard over Jiggle Supreme, setting up the soup in a bit of a misplaced position. Will allow B-Bow to pick up a pillar of their own now. Reconverting the offense here. Jiggle Supreme up in the midfield. Hop the Frog trying to find a pass to Chicken Tendy's. Doesn't catch it with the barrage though. He's going to float back around. B-Bow with the pillar set up. The NATO comes through but just barely misses. And 1 barrier to none still. Both teams looking for an opportunity. A nice bandage from B-Bow. Sets up the pillar. Won't find the KO. Gets it back to him, Richie. Just a little bit too far away for Dash Punch. Able to get up into the corner where they'll be able to make something happen. And that's both sides opened up now. Bounce off the wall. Gets it back down to B-Bow. Core flip from Hop the Frog. Sends it past Cholesterol. Be able to catch up to it. Get it back to him, Richie. Chicken Tendy's bounce off the center. B-Bow looking for a shot onto the bottom side, but not going to be able to find it. Rolling the strike where there defensively. Gets it back to him, Richie. Looks for the Dash Punch into the corner. The pillar setup. Sends it back in. Hop the Frog wins the strike war on the defense. And so far, Platinum Horde are holding, but they can't get it off their side of the field, and Richie eventually able to find the gap in the armor. Put Senko's Beloved Loafs back up 1-1 now.
I wouldn't count Platinum Horde completely out of this. one thing that was very nice of that last draft is they were able to get explosive entrance on the Era. That combined with Catch the Last can possibly allow them to get a lot more speed, a lot more control of the overall map, and possibly allow that offense in midfield to just really apply a lot more pressure.
And now with it all tied up like this, Chicken Tendies with the KO off the Giga Blast. It's gonna reset all those stacks that Richie had. The 2 barriers gone as well. Platinum Horde to be in a good spot at this point. The Banish coming out buys a few seconds for Richie to come back. Pop the Frog. Pushing this top corner past the Chicken Tendies. Richie Air to cut the pass though, but Core Flip available on the Era. Giga Blast from Chicken Tendies to keep it up. Trying to get it out of this bottom side, but the NATO able to scoop it up, and a whipped Core Flip from Cholesterol will mean the Platinum Horde are on set point now. An opportunity to take a set away and hopefully drag it to a set 5. We'll see. Senko's Beloved Loaves have proven to be resilient.
I mean, definitely they're sitting in a really good spot. All 3 on Platinum Horde are about to have Core Flip and possibly just be able to get, that's a Core Flip for barrier, Core Flip for scoring. That's endless possibilities right there.
You know, this barrier gone now and open-sided. 2 barriers for Platinum Horde to work with. They have the liberty to make something happen. Flip here from Hop the Frog. Nowhere to send it with that pillar, though. Just put some pressure onto the goalie here. They're going to have another chance. The Jiggle Supreme forces his way up through the midfield. A nice roll to catch that core. Another NATO getting set up on the top side. In the top corner, Core Flip from Chicken Tendy slams it in on the goal line. And the Platinum Horde, they'll take a set now and stay in this game.
We'll have to see if they're gonna be able to make a comeback right here. Take a look at this upcoming draft, and there's definitely a lot of good things, but I'm worried if one team can get Ad Rush, any KOs that they're trying to build up might just be able to kind of take them and just grab a lot more momentum.
And Catalyst is going all the way down. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. How did Bebow get that? I don't know. I mean, I guess that you want speed right on those midfield characters, but also Richie didn't go for it. Went for the Ad Rush instead. I think this is kind of a really weird draft. Jingle Supreme wanted to deny the 1-2 punch instead of taking it there on the goalie even. I don't know. That was a weird. I think that was a weirdly navigated draft.
I'm definitely down for the Ad Rush take. You got Rune with Monumentalist, and like the pillar combo can get someone really staggered up, and then Julie can follow up by getting a dash punch KO on them. But it's definitely an interesting draft all in all.
And both sides opened up now. And Richie with a dash punch will actually be paying off from that Ad Rush here. Procking it. But they got to get the core back. Chicken Teddy's going to buy a few precious seconds now. Bebow a little bit back on that pillar setup. Goes for the flip, but Jiggle Supreme has cooldowns and defends that away. Pass up to him. Richie goes for the dash punch. Forces it through the Kai. And Senko's Beloved Loaves once again coming up first.
So we get to see a nice thing for Senko's as well as On manages to get another Size Awakening, and each Size Awakening you get kind of gets more and more of an effect as you scale with a melee character.
Dash punch from him. Richie gets another double barrier. He's been getting these left and right this game. And now we're going to have an opportunity to score as well. Jiggy Supreme trying to defend with these Strike Wars, but the pressure is on. Hop the Frog helping out, cleared out of there, but still 2 barriers remain. They got a lot of work to do to get back into this point. They cannot afford to let the Loafs get on match point like this. Pass up here to him. Richie dribbles to dodge the Giga Blast, and now going for this corner pressure. Poor flip from Jiggle Supreme. Does whiff, but gets a little hit stun to buy some time. The Tofu Fortress coming out here as well. Gets it on the bottom side now. Bebow looking for the pass. Upsets up the pillar. Jiggle Supreme sends it back down right into it. Senko's Beloved Loafs on match point. 2-0. One more, and they'll get through.
And we're already looking at a big energy advantage as well for Senko. So I mean, if anything like last set, this might be the end all be all right here.
Definitely looking like it. They've got the energy available, and Enrichi with the flurries in the corner. They burn the flip as well. That's the barrier gone. And they're looking to set up this final point. Nice clear from Jiggle Supreme, but no barriers have been taken. Things are looking rough. Cholesterol now coming up, becoming the new forward. Letting the Juliet defend for a bit. Top spin to dribble it. Burns the flip here. Goes to the top side. Maddening Descent doesn't quite catch up. A Corfu from B-Bow blocked by Chicken Tendies. The pillar also blocked away. Cholesterol will be rotating back now as Chicken Tendies looks to take something, but can't find it in the corner. B-Bow pass up to him. Richie. Core flip from Hop the Frog to clear it out, but still no barriers getting taken. But I mean, Platinum Horde, they're holding on by the skin of their teeth right now. If Richie gets that one more time, it could be bad. Whiffs the flurries, though, but has a chance with a bounce on the center. Goes for the dash punch, gets it through two of them. And that's Senko's beloved Loafs, taking it 3-1, and they will be moving on to the finale.
Yeah, this was definitely an interesting game. Just a lot of interesting things happened in draft, and I mean that can just kind of be a make it or break it at times, you know. Just whether or not you get the proper scaling, kind of, it can make or break a game so many times, over and over.
Yeah, and looking at our statistics real quick here as well. 242 redirects on B-Bow, 8 goal participations, 6 on Enrichi with 172 on the Brawler. And 207 on Cholesterol. That's quite a lot for a goalie. 121 saves. Definitely putting up some pretty solid numbers. Some of those points went on quite long there, but a much-deserved win here for Senko's beloved Loafs. And the Platinum Horde, they'll be dropping down to the third-place tiebreaker. A chance, one final chance to take that qualifier spot. Waiting for them, Jakara ICBM. We'll be throwing it to a quick break. That'll be coming up in just a bit. All right, and we are back with our third place tiebreaker, our final spot of the night, the Platinum Horde versus Chikara ICBM. And we are taking it back to the app, IME's app. Not a super popular map, but I don't know, I'm kind of a fan of it. Very volatile map, very KO heavy map. If you like Rasmus, you like this map. So I'm definitely interested to see how this is going to be going. We're already seeing some damaged hovers coming out from the Platinum Horde, so I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, it looks like we might be going again for another double midfield comp from Platinum Horde. So we'll have to be seeing if that's really a thing. And a Dubu ban, very, very rare thing to be seeing these days.
Yeah, I think they're banning it against Jiggle Supreme, right? I guess known Dubu player. So they're targeting that here, but Rasmus also getting taken off the table. Juliet, though, is still available, who's also very strong on this map. And Hop the Frog just seems to really want to play Era tonight, and I guess you can't blame him. Juliet and Kazan for the side of Chikara ICBM. That is already scary on this map, and there's the Asher, so that's a really solid team comp from Chikara ICBM. I'm curious to see what the Platinum Horde is cooking with this, because on paper, this kind of just looks like a mishmash of stuff. But it is rapid fire. Team players start here as well. Goalies have team player. Everyone else on rapid fire. So, I mean, this is gonna be an interesting one. I think Chikara ICBM have a real good chance to just kind of take over this game pretty quickly. But Hop the Frog and Chicken Tendies are just gonna have to be good at dodging abilities, I think.
I think that on top of the Atlas res, I think that's gonna make or break this game, because you just kind of see a lot more running off the actual damage and hull gimmick of IMEZAP from Chikara ICBM.
And still the barrier remaining. Once again, you're trying to play this double midfield where you got to get the core around Shinx, but with the barrier being kind of small on IMEZAP, you know, a goalie like Asher is pretty good at holding it down even against the passing play. And our first KO coming out from Mad, the dash punch into the center, just leaving Hop the Frog and Jiggle Supreme to defend on their lonesome. Shinx with a nice pass up the middle, which is get it right to Misael, and that's the first point for Chikara ICBM.
You know, the most interesting thing I think I see right now is that we have a Slick Kicks Julie on IMEZAP, actually.
Yeah, the Slick Julie also, honestly, the Mag Souls is not super common, because generally you don't want to play around the center on this map from Hop the Frog. But yeah, you kind of expect to see pummelers there, but I guess Mad doesn't really need it. It's just going to go for that extra speed. And I mean, hey, Chikara ICBM, they got the KO, and well, they're on set point now.
And they got the KO, but I mean that barrier is gone. So we're going to be seeing if you know, if the Asher once that net goes down, it's gonna be a lot harder for Asher to defend, because you know Asher is really strong at like defending those small little corners, that small area, but an open net's a lot more difficult for a melee goalie as herself.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's where this IME wants to be. A horror flip available here from Hop the Frog, but Jiggle Supreme stuck with the core in their own net. A nice strike work from Hop the Frog here, but Mad picks up another KO on the IME, and Misael, a double! Shinx just going to send the core back in. This should be an easy score here. Flip from Misael will be able to send it in, and Mad there to confirm it. A quick 3-0 set from Chikara ICBM to start off the game, and looks like Shinx going to be the MVP here as well.
Knife's Edge. Knife's Edge, it is IMEZAP, and there is Knife's Edge.
Every time.
If Shinx does not pick this up, it's honestly gonna be an interesting thing for Platinum Horde. And because they opt for the Big Fish Deny. Is no one gonna be taking Knife's Edge? Finally, with the Juliet being able to take Knife's Edge, and this is gonna be very, very, very strong for Chikara ICBM.
This is another really weird draft, right? You had Knife's Edge and you had Perfect Form, which both dropped very far in that draft. I feel like you kind of expect the Atlas to just take the Perfect Form, if not the Knife's Edge. Like Hop the Frog already has the Mom Boots, or not the Mom Boots, the Mag Soul, same thing. You know what I mean? So you kind of expect to get that extra speed, and with it falling over to Mad and Misael still getting the 1-2 punch, I think it's a bit of a misdraft there from the Platinum Horde. It's just made Chikara ICBM all that much stronger.
I'm also scared that, you know, the big fish is just gonna make Hop the Frog an even bigger target on Zap. Like, you're just gonna be an easier target to hit. You're also gonna be have more of a hitbox to get hit into the hole. It's just kind of gotta be honestly harder for them to be staying alive with that big fish.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've already seen a KO come out, but both barriers remain up for the time being. Shanks trying to send it around with this core speed of this Asher. Hits it really hard with the team player, and a core flip with the team player just sends it screaming across the field. That's the first barrier gone here. Hop the Frog trying to make something happen with the passing plays. Misael with the top spin gets it back around though. And Shanks now a bit of a rogue glitch pop there, sends it wide, and Jiggle Supreme will whiff the core flip. Just not great. A nice quick setup there from Shanks. Pass to Mad with the team player. And they'll sink it right into the bottom side. No expanse cooldown. Chikara ICBM just continue on now. 4-0.
I don't know how things are gonna be looking out from here on Platinum Horde. I think what they're gonna be needing to do is just use that Atlas ult, just res the teammates, make sure that they don't get caught off guard, and keep the team alive so that they can keep all the momentum that they need to have.
Absolutely, and another open goal situation here. Misael is pretty hurt. The core flip though, but Misael dodges it with the Kazan secondary and will manage to stay alive for a bit longer. Chicken Tendies will find the cyber swipe though. The first KO for the Platinum Horde, now an opportunity to do something. I keep away from this Juliet though. Nice play to bait out the core flip, but they got to get it off their side of the field. The power play is going to be ending here. And the barrier staying up. Hop the Frog goes for the NATO and will finally be able to bring it down now. Chicken Tendies to the bottom. Doesn't quite have it. Shanks will defend that one away. Another opportunity with the glitch pop here, but Mad picks up with KO. On to Hop the Frog, and is going to sneak right past the expanse for another Chikara ICBM point.
Yeah. Hop the Frog, they've been able to make a lot of use out of the Aeronados, but it's only so much use if you aren't able to stay alive for the game.
Yeah, I mean that's your primary method of scoring barriers against the Asher. You know, you're kind of limited to that cooldown, and I like to see in here, Mad is just getting KOs every time they're able to line up a dash punch, pretty much with that Knife's Edge. So the win condition is definitely a little bit difficult to find here, I think, for the Platinum Horde. Another almost KO there from Mad onto that center. They are just hovering this thing, trying to pick him up where they can. Platinum Horde will be able to bring down a barrier here and try to find some kind of point. Chicken Tendies trying to get it past, but Mad looking to take over. The expanse from Jiggle Supreme gets it back to Hop the Frog. Can't get it into the NATO though, and Shanks will hold it down. Misael versus Chicken Tendies in the top side. Shanks sends it right back in. A pass now to Hop the Frog, goes for the Bewitching Beam, but Shanks able to strike for that one and get it back to the forwards here. Hop the Frog with another opportunity. The dribble going a little bit too fast though, and another KO from Mad. A 6 KO streak here. Bounce off the center, almost goes in, but Misael picks up a double. Core flip from Jiggle Supreme, trying to buy some time in the double power play, but Misael brings down the barrier, and they're going to be able to sink it right in with the pop-up. Chikara ICBM now 2-0, and looking so good.
I'm scared. If anything is like last draft, I'm scared that they're just gonna let this Juliet get ad rush. It's a big concern of mine right now. If any KO thing is allowed to get over to Chikara ICBM, this is game point.
Ad Rush and Egoist both still available. Castellas going to the Arrow, and it will be Ad Rush on Mad, which might just be the final nail in the coffin here. The Aerials was picked up by Misael, so a little bit of a little bit of a deny, but more just kind of like leave the board open so that Mad couldn't be denied, it looks like. And I mean, that ad rush I think is really all you need at this point. That's kind of the... It's not even like that big a deal that Egoist didn't get taken, but Chicken Tendy's actually able to make something out of nothing as Hop the Frog gets taken off the board. That would be the Platinum Horde putting up a point, the first one this game. A small glimmer of hope, but a glimmer of hope nonetheless.
For sure, and you can, any bit of momentum that you can get, any bit of confidence, that's always going to help you out in the long run.
Yeah, they're going to get another early barrier here as well. Get it back to Chicken Tendies. This will glitch up to the top side, but Shink's able to read that one. Keep up the defense. Now, Misael looking for this top corner. A lot of damage coming in, though. The Glitch Pop almost picking up the KO. They got to fight around this orb. Misael not able to grab it. The Kazan is very hurt. Just going to have to go elusive for a second. Accidentally sends it a little bit backwards, but Matt able to find a nice pass up to Misael, and that's the barrier gone. Core flip coming out from Chicken Tendies just to get it across the field. And a KO getting picked up here as well. Another power play for the side of the Platinum Horde. Chicken Tendies once again able to catch up to it on the bottom side. The turret. It was just enough time that Shinx took to elusive to get through the turret. The Chicken Tendies had to sink that one in, and the Platinum Horde now up 2-0 out of nowhere. A chance to steal a set and stay in the game.
Yeah, I mean, with those early barriers that they're getting, it's a lot of momentum is just starting to transfer over, and they're able to take a big advantage of just Asher's lack of mobility.
And Mad, though, looking to even things up. Core flip comes out from Jiggle Supreme here. Chicken Tendy's looking to cook in this bottom side. Glitch Pop goes wide. NATO goes wide. They have the sentry up. Core flip here from Hop the Frog. Blocked by the barrier beam, though. The defense from Shinx with the barrier is on point. It'll rotate back around, and that's a barrier gone for the Platinum Horde now. Mad and Misael looking to set up for this point. A nice astral projection to clear it out from Jiggle Supreme, but Misael with the crook leverage will just sink it right into the top side. Atlas not going to be fast enough to catch it. And Chikara ICBM going right back up on the board here. Still on set point for Platinum Horde, but Chikara ICBM every opportunity, I think, to take this one back.
I mean, all it's gonna take is 1 point. 1 point can make the entire difference in this game. And if Platinum Horde manages to find that, that might instill the confidence, that might instill some doubt, and it's both barriers down. So we're gonna have to be seeing what's about to happen.
And with the dribble, doesn't quite catch it with the flurries, but Misael gonna send it back in here. NATO coming out, a nice elusive, but Hop the Frog is up in their face right now, and Mad gonna get blocked out by the astral projection, which sends it flying past all of them. The Platinum Horde barely able to sink that one in, but stealing a set now. Chicken Tendy is gonna be the MVP here. Didn't expect to get this far. And with Catalyst on the board, Fight or Flight, Stagger Swagger, really Fight or Flight and Catalyst, kind of big things here. Unstoppable could be nice. Actually going to be a Siege Machine pickup, which is a bit surprising.
For sure. I mean, you know, Siege Machine, it helps out with a bit of the range and influence for Ami, as well as with the damage. But no one's stopping is... I think Platinum Horde needs to take a look and possibly try to take a look at some of the draft a bit more. That might be one of the things that they should be looking at from these VODs.
Yeah, Siege Machine is not the pick there, I don't think, in any world with Fight or Flight and Catalyst available. The fact that Mad was able to get that on Juliet at bottom pick is a little bit of a crime. Like, they are bandits right there. And Mad, another KO here, another ad rush proc. Chikara ICBM, I think, have just been juiced up to get back into this one. The flurries will bring down a barrier. And Misael looking to set up this corner offense now. Spiral Sentry on defense. Core flip from Chicken Tendies. But Mad just going to knock him off the board again. 8 KOs in a row. Core flip comes out. The Expanse doesn't catch it. And enough pressure forces it through. Chikara ICBM striking first yet again. Wow, the iron is still hot.
That Catalyst pick on Mad is so strong. Because not only is it more energy, but it's actually more KOs at the same time. if you have core flip, your dash punch combo turns into a dash punch core flip combo, and 3 hits are definitely like 3 hits with one of them being core flip. That's a lot of strong knockback.
And a nice core flip setup there from Shinx. Mad in position to catch the ricochet off of that expanse. And Takara ICBM now on match point. 1 more to go to take the qualification spot.
I mean, if Mad manages to get a KO, a lot of momentum's gonna be able to convert, and it's gonna be an unstoppable train from there on out.
That's what we've been seeing this whole game for sure. Up the Frog does have a flip available. We've seen some magic happen from Platinum Horde. We might see some again here. They have the turret, but Shinx and Misael just winning strike wars all over the place right now. Holding down this barrier. Past Chicken Tendies yet again. Blocked away. The Glitch Pop comes in, but the Nado goes wide. Shinx in the perfect corner spot, and Mad with the KO onto Chicken Tendies. Looking to pick up the core. Procure the rock. Goes for the flurries. The top spin from Misael, and that's the barrier gone. A core flip available now. Burnt on the line, and Mad punches it in. Chikara ICBM taking the 3rd place spot, and they will be moving on to the finale.
That is quite the game, and I think that's one game that kind of shows how strong drafting can be, as well as just kind of a bit of an issue with like double midfield as well, because I mean they had a really hard time getting the barriers a lot of times, but the main strength that at least I got to see is once they did get the barrier, they were able to play around the Asher a lot more with all that influence and range and mobility. But in general, you need to take a look at what can the enemy team get, and what's kind of gonna be a problem, and is this gonna really affect our overall team if Agility is able to like get the knife's edge. It's a very important decision making that needs to be considered.
Yeah, absolutely. I think some drafting that Platinum Horde needs to work on moving on. And, I mean, they'll have another opportunity next week, the last week, to have a chance to qualify for this finale. But, well, that's all that we have for tonight. Our qualifying teams being Senko's Love Loves, Chikara Kittens, Chikara ICBM. Do you have anything else you want to say, Tiger Slasher, before we get out of here for the week?
I don't think so. I mean, I've had a fun time casting with you, Lego Mage, and hope that everyone has a good Thanksgiving coming up. You know, get some good turkey, have some fun with them, see the family. Everyone should be taking care and take care of themselves.
Absolutely. Well, thank you everyone for watching this OSAS Week 3. Come back next week for the final opportunity to qualify for the Season 9 finale. But that's all from us. Goodbye and good night.